All right, once again, very, very good afternoon, everyone. Is it a good day? Are we having a good day? I can't hear you properly. Are we having a good day? Lovely, lovely. Once again, welcome everyone. My first and foremost duty is to welcome you all on the behalf of NAREDCO Nextgen Conclave 2025. As we all know why we all have gathered here today, everyone who are present here, it's been a pleasure having you all. Well, without any further ado, before we commence, let me introduce you to myself. I'm going to be a host for next few hours. My name is Nishagandha Kunte. It's a pleasure to be standing before your distinguished guest. And yes, without any further ado, let us move on to the very first segment. As we all know, without the national anthem, we are just empty. I would request you all to please stand up. Let us take a moment to honor our great nation, India. The national anthem of India, Jana Gana Mana, is not just a song, but a symbol of our unity, integrity, and pride. It reflects our diverse culture and the spirit of our people. I invite everyone to stand for a minute for the national anthem. Let us take this moment to reflect on our responsibilities as citizens and the values that bind us together. Thank you so much, everyone. Jai. Thank you so much, sir. On this higher note, well, as I said, we all have been waiting for this precious moment, highly anticipated day from a long, long time. As we all know why we all have gathered here today for the NAREDCO Nextgen Conclave 2025. And we, and I, must thank all the key stakeholders, all the dignitaries, everyone who have been a great, great part of us. It wouldn't have been possible without your support. I would like to thank each one of you one more time on the behalf of NAREDCO Nextgen. It's been a pleasure having you all. Before we commence, I need some energy in the premises. One more time, I would request all the dignitaries who are standing on the back side, I would request you all to please take your seats, make yourself comfortable and be seated. Also, one more time, please put your mobile phones on silent mode. All right. Okay, before we commence, I need some energy in the premises. We are going to start this evening with a higher note. As I said, all the key stakeholders, sponsors who have been a great support to us, without them, it wouldn't have been possible that we're witnessing this highly anticipated day. So I would request everyone to please put your hands together for each one of us who are present here and who have been a great support to us. Thank you so much. Now let's set a note for the evening. It's my pleasure to introduce NAREDCO Nextgen, an initiative dedicated to empowering young entrepreneurs and fostering youth participation in the real estate sector. Nextgen serves as a platform for young minds to collaborate, share experiences, and drive innovation in the industry. Nextgen mission is to champion the interest of budding entrepreneurs, act as their voice in the industry, and create business opportunities through meaningful engagement with key stakeholders. With a vision to shape the future of real estate by nurturing young leaders, Nextgen focuses on providing growth opportunities advocating policy reforms and hosting impactful events like seminars, conferences, exhibitions, and training programs. Together, we are building the next generation of real estate leaders. Let's embark on this journey of growth, collaboration, and innovation. One more time, thanking everyone who are present here. Now, without any further ado, as we all know, in our Indian culture, we, commence the auspicious ceremony with the lamp lighting ceremony, for which I would request our dignitaries to please come and join us for the lamp lighting. For the very first time, it's a pleasure to invite Mr. Jay Mozaria, Chairman, NAREDCO Nextgen, to please come ahead and join us for the lamp lighting ceremony. Then I would request Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman, NAREDCO. I would request him to please come ahead and join us for the lamp lighting. Moving ahead to the next dignitary, I would request Mr. Rajan Bandelkar, Vice Chairman, to please come ahead and join us. Then I would request Mr. Hari Babu, President, NAREDCO. I would request him to please come ahead and join. With him, I would also request Mr. Ashok Mohanani, Advisory Chairman, NAREDCO Maharashtra. I would request him to please come ahead and join us. Also with him, I would request Mr. Anil Suri, Honorary Secretary, NAREDCO. I would request him to please come ahead and join us here for the lamp lighting. With him, I would also request Ms. Smita Patil, President, NAREDCO Mahi. I would request her to please come ahead and join us. I would also request Mr. Harsh Bansal, President, NAREDCO Delhi, to please come ahead and join us. With him, I would request Mr. Vishal Thakkarji, Vice President, NAREDCO Nextgen, to please come ahead and join us. With him, I would also request Mr. Ridham Gara, President, NAREDCO Nextgen Maharashtra, to please come ahead and join us. Also with him, I would request Mr. Rishabh Siroya, Vice President, National Nextgen, to please come ahead and join us. Also with him, we have Mr. Nachiket Yaule, Secretary, NAREDCO Nextgen Maharashtra. I would request him to please come ahead and join us. And last but not the least, Mr. Vihang Sarnaikji, I would request sir to please come ahead and join us. एक बार हमारे सारे dignitaries के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए, everyone. Well, these are the backbones of NAREDCO Nextgen. It wouldn't have been possible without their guidance and support to us. Well, not to miss out on our Ganpati Bappa ji, आपल्या सगळ्यांनाच माहिती आहे आपण मुंबईमध्ये आहोत आज. I would request everyone to please repeat after me. Ganpati Bappa, Mangal Murti. All right, thank you so much everyone. Thanking all the dignitaries for being here. एक बार सारे dignitaries के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए everyone. Okay, as we move on to our next segment, ladies and gentlemen, to set the tone for today's event, we will now showcase a short AV presentation that highlights impactful journey of NAREDCO. Please direct your attention to the screen. Can we have the AV, please?
National Real Estate Development Council, NAREDCO, established in 1998 under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India aims to streamline and enhance the Indian real estate sector. Founded with the guidance of Shri Ram Jethmalani, former Union Minister of Urban Affairs and Employment, NAREDCO's current chief patron is Shri Manohar Lal, the Union Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs. The Governing Council, comprising 6 officials, is nominated by the chief patron. Acting as a bridge between real estate developers and the government, NAREDCO's primary goal is to promote transparency and ethics in the real estate sector, transforming it into a globally competitive industry. Let's look at the prestigious dignitaries who serve as president for NAREDCO and empower the overall scenario of the Indian real estate sector. Shri G.V. Ramakrishna from 1999 to 2001. Shri V. Suresh from 2001 to 2002. Shri Som Tat from 2002 to 2007. Shri Rohtash Goyal from 2007 to 2011. Shri Naveen M. Raheja from 2011 to 2013. Shri Sunil Mantri from 2013 to 2015. Shri Praveen Jain from 2015 to 2017. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani from 2017 to 2021. Shri Rajan Bandelkar from 2021 to 2023. Shri Hari Babu from 2023 till date. NAREDCO's hallmark activities. NAREDCO Nextgen. NAREDCO Nextgen aims to empower and engage young entrepreneurs in the real estate and related fields. NAREDCO Mahi. NAREDCO has founded Mahi, the women wing of NAREDCO, with the aim of empowering women entrepreneurs and promoting their involvement in the real estate sector and related domains. NAREDCO Finance Committee. NAREDCO has established a finance committee consisting of prominent financial institutions, investment bankers, specialized funds, NBFCs, PEs, lending consultants and banks. These reflects NAREDCO's commitment to enhancing financial stability within the real estate sector, yielding positive outcomes. NARED, National Institute of Real Estate Development. NAREDCO has successfully conducted its certificate course catering to real estate professionals and stakeholders in enhancing their skill and knowledge of the real estate industry. NAREDCO Jammu and Kashmir Real Estate Summit. This historic summit witnessed the signing of MOUs and development of housing and commercial ventures within Jammu and Kashmir. This conference also witnessed the launch of Jammu and Kashmir RERA portal. The conference saw the participation of prominent dignitaries like Shri Hardeep Singh Puri, Honorable Former Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manoj Sinha, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Former Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Shri Durga Shankar Mishra, IS Former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. The buyer-seller interface foster collaboration under a reputable industry banner, facilitating direct interaction between industry leaders, developers and suppliers for enhanced sales brand visibility, networking and business opportunities. NAREDCO's supported activities also includes Global Housing Technology Challenge, GHTC, Indian Housing Technology Mela, IHTM and other, in which Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi has been the chief guest. NAREDCO has been materialistic in organizing several study tour trainings, conferences and seminars for India's developers or builders in countries such as Vietnam, Japan and Dubai. On 26th August 2023, NAREDCO hosted a grand celebration of Silver Jubilee of its 25th year of foundation in Hyderabad. As we gather in Hyderabad, we paid homage to the incredible journey of NAREDCO and the visionaries who have shaped the future of our nation's housing and urban development. The Silver Jubilee celebration was graced by the former Vice President of India, Shri M. Venkaiah Naidu, as the chief guest. He imparted his wisdom and insights and gave a slogan to promote happy, affordable and healthy housing for all. As a unified voice of real estate, we bring harmony among the real estate sector members while actively shaping pivotal policies and reforms. Serving as a vital conduit, we bridge the aspirations of India's real estate industry with the government's vision for a prosperous future ahead.
Well, that was certainly inspiring presentation, showcasing NAREDCO's remarkable journey and vision for the future. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Lovely. Thank you so much. Now, as we move on to the next segment, for which I would request Mr. Jay Mozaria, Chairman NAREDCO Nextgen, to please come ahead and join us on dais. With him, I would also request Mr. Rajan Bandelkar, sir, Vice Chairman NAREDCO. I would request him to please come ahead and join us. Also, along with him, I would request Mr. Hari Babu, President NAREDCO, to please come ahead and join us on dais. Also along with him, I would request Mr. Ashok Monani, Advisory Chairman, NAREDCO Maharashtra, to please come ahead and join us on dais. Along with him, I would also request Mr. Vishal Thakkar to please come ahead and join us on dais. Once again, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to NAREDCO's Nextgen Conclave 2025. To get this exciting event underway, I am honored to invite Mr. Jay Mozaria, the dynamic chairman of NAREDCO Nextgen, with a vision to empower the next generation in real estate. He has been instrumental in driving forward numerous initiatives. Please welcome Mr. Mozaria to the stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir, everyone? Over to you, sir.
Good evening, everyone. It is great honor to welcome you all to the NAREDCO Nextgen Conclave 2025. As the National Chairman of NAREDCO Nextgen, I feel proud to bring together some of the best minds in real estate who are shaping the future of our industry. Real estate is not just about constructing a building. It is about creating better communities, embracing new ideas and driving economic growth. This conclave is a place where idea turns into action, knowledge is shared, and partnerships are built to take our industry forward. Our panel discussions today will focus on the biggest challenges and new trends in real estate, covering everything from policymakers to financial challenges to the technology and evolving home buyers' needs. With so much experience in this room, I am sure we will come up with ideas that will change the way we see real estate in India. At NAREDCO Nextgen, we believe in the power of young leaders and our duty to take this industry to the next level. This conclave represents that vision where the new generation steps up, leads with the fresh ideas and create a lasting impact. A special thanks to our NAREDCO Chairman Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani, our Vice Chairman Sri Rajan Bandelkarji and President Sri G. Hari Babuji for their continuous support and mentorship to NAREDCO Nextgen. I sincerely thank our esteemed speakers, panelists and sponsors and everyone who had worked hard to make this event possible. To all our attendees, your presence today shows your commitment to learning and growing. I encourage you to interact, connect and make the most of this event. Let's come together and build the future. Welcome to the NAREDCO Nextgen Conclave 2025. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jai sir. Now joining us next is Mr. Rajan Bandelkar sir, Vice Chairman of NAREDCO and Managing Director of Ronak Group. He is known for his forward thinking, approach to real estate and commitment to innovation. Please, एक बार जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए sir के लिए everyone.
Good evening all. खाना नहीं खाया लगता है. Next time से lunch भी दे देना सबको. Good evening. Yeah. And Nishikanta, you speak very good English because वो पीछे कुंटे लगता है ना, तो उसमें फिर yeah. Friends, respected dignitaries on the dais, Hari Babu, Ashok Manani, Jay, then Vyang, Sunil Rokle sir, शोभित, अमित, जिसने अभी काफ़ी पैसे मार्केट से लिए, ऐसे न्यूज़ है और शेयर के दाम दिन भर दिन बढ़ते जा रहे हैं. थोड़े हमारे तरफ भी ध्यान दे देना. Yeah, friends, NAREDCO, actually Maharashtra, NAREDCO has completed almost 25 years of journey, but NAREDCO Maharashtra has completed 10 years. And if I am not wrong, Nextgen, NAREDCO Maharashtra must have completed 7 years, and this is just third year of National Nextgen. A round of applause to all young generation, because हमारे ज़माने में जो कुछ नहीं करता वो बिल्डर बनता था, जो कुछ नहीं कर सकता है बोला कहीं भी नौकरी नहीं मिली, कुछ नहीं मिली, कुछ नहीं है तो ठेका ले लो, बस ठेकेदार बन जाओ, ठेकेदार से बिल्डर बन जाओ. हालांकि in today's generation it is not that easy, because आज के ज़माने में फाइनेंस इज़ अ वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट, इसलिए सारे फाइनेंस वाले को बुलाया। लेकिन इनका सबका कहना था कि सिर्फ फाइनेंस का ही पैनल बनाओ। मैं बोला वो सिर्फ बोलते जाएंगे, अपन सिर्फ सुने जाएंगे कि कुछ नहीं होगा। इसलिए 2 बिल्डर लोगों को भी उस पर पैनल में डाला हुआ है कि वहाँ के वहाँ पे ही सौदा कर लेना कि भाई कितने पैसे दे रहे हैं और कितने ले रहे हैं। वो भी यंग लोगों को डाला हुआ है, हट्टे घट्टे, देयर इज नो क्वेश्चन अबाउट दैट। सो कमिंग बैक टू नेक्स्ट जेन, अगर 15-20 साल पहले अगर किसी को पूछा होगा डेवलपर के बेटे को, कितने ही उदाहरण है, मैं नाम नहीं देना चाहता हूँ, लेकिन अगर उनको बोला होगा कि आपको रियल एस्टेट में आना है, सब ना 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 करते थे। बट टुडे द टाइम्स हैव चेंज्ड, thanks to our honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi, and a loud up applause to even Narendra Modi and Nirmala Sitharaman ji, because they have taken such a bold step. मतलब मुझे लगता है कि अपोजिशन को ऐसे रोना पड़ेगा, इतना ज़्यादा क्यों दिया। मतलब हमेशा ऐसा देता था कि कुछ नहीं दिया करके रो रहे थे। क्योंकि अगर ऑब्जर्व किया होगा, 75 साल में अपने को मेरे ख्याल से 6 से 6.5 लाख रुपया मिला होगा इनकम टैक्स में। मतलब व्हेन आई न्यू, पहले तो पूरा ही टैक्सेबल इनकम था, बट दैट टाइम आई वाज नॉट इन बिजनेस। आई हर्ड ऑफ दैट 97-98% रिजीम। उसके बाद जब हम थोड़े बड़े हुए तभी भी हमने 50-55-60% का तो रिजीम हमने सुना हुआ है। जब पेट्रोल का दाम 5-6 रुपया था और डॉलर का दाम भी 6 रुपीज़ था, लेकिन उसके बाद एट अ टाइम 5 लाख रुपया दिया है। इट्स रियली 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 वेरी गुड डेज फॉर रियल एस्टेट। क्योंकि आजकल अगर लड़के की शादी होनी है तो लड़की पहले पूछता है कि खुद का मकान है कि नहीं है। अगर मकान है तो फिर हाँ बोलती है, नहीं है तो फिर बोलती है बुक किया तो भी हाँ बोलती है, नहीं बुक किया तो फिर सोचती है हाँ बोलना या ना बोलना। सो रियल एस्टेट हैज़ गॉट नो डाउट अ वेरी गुड डेज, या but the way we did, our generation did the real estate business, or we followed the industry. If you follow the same way, you are not going to be in the industry, because post corona and in the recent time it is proved that who's who of the real estate industry have been wiped off. So I think you all should learn from it, and if it is possible, I think Jay, you should take this initiative, because you are a very good thinker and very, मतलब in young generation में I feel he is very seasoned, क्योंकि उसने काफ़ी ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन भी देखा हुआ है from his time. So you should prepare do's and don'ts in the real estate industry, because more important is don'ts. do's तो क्या सबको लगता है कि सब चलता है, और जब सब अच्छा चलता है तो उसमें किसी को कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं होता है, लेकिन जब बुरे दिन आते हैं तो एक साथ में आने लगते हैं, तब लोगों की हालत खराब होती है। और वो बोलते हैं ना, द पर्सन हु कैन रेजिस्ट स्टॉर्म एंड हेल, ही कैन ओनली सर्वाइव। मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट एस्पेक्ट इज ऑफ ग्लोबल वार्मिंग। ग्लोबल वार्मिंग में वी ऑल शुड टेक इनिशिएटिव एंड ट्राई एंड अंडरस्टैंड दैट उस छोटे से छोटी चीज़ अपने प्रधानमंत्री ने जो सोची है, शौचालय बनाना, बनाते वक्त तो लोग हंसने लग गए थे, लेकिन किसी ने इमेजिन नहीं किया होगा कि आज हार्डली एनीबडी इन एनी विलेज यू गो, खुले में कोई शौच नहीं करता है, विच इज़ अ वेरी 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 बिग थिंग। आज उन्होंने स्वच्छ भारत का मिशन भी दिया हुआ है। आई रिमेंबर व्हेन माई चिल्ड्रन वेर यूज्ड टू थ्रो whatever out from the car, क्योंकि बहुत लोगों का आदत है कि विंडो खोल दो और सब बाहर डाल दो, भाई कोई वादा नहीं है, साफ करने के लिए अपनी सरकार है, सरकार करते रहेगी। लेकिन अगर अपनी गंदगी नहीं की, क्योंकि लोग भूल जाते हैं कि सरकार जो भी साफ सुथरा करते हैं वो अपने पैसे से ही करते हैं, वो खुद के पैसे से कुछ नहीं करती है, जो है सब अपने पैसे पर ही है। तो ये छोटी छोटी चीज़ है जो बहुत इम्पॉर्टेंट है। हमारे ज़माने में कंप्यूटर आया था, ये लोग पैदा हुए तभी कंप्यूटर, इंटरनेट, मोबाइल सब आ गया, तो अब एआई का ज़माना है। तो एआई के बारे में जितनी जल्दी नेक्स्ट जेन अडॉप्ट कर लेगी और उसका पॉजिटिव यूज़ करेगी। सी ये आजकल के तारीख में बोलते हैं ना कि तलवार की 2 तरफ की धार होती है, वैसे ही जो भी टेक्नोलॉजी में चीज़ आती है उसका एडवांटेज भी है, डिसएडवांटेज। तो अगर लोगों ने उसको एडवांटेज में यूज़ करेगी तो ही एआई 100% बेनिफिशियल हो जाएगा। एट महुआ लेवल, व्हेन दुर्गा शंकर मिश्रा सर वाज द Housing Secretary and Hardeep Singh sir was the minister, we did Global Housing Technology Challenge. तो सारे टेक्नोलॉजी यहाँ पे we have KNEST as our main sponsor. So technology next gen, you should take very active interest and you should work very hard in technology. And last but not the least thing, कि post corona we have seen people moving into luxury, affordable homes कम होते जा रहे. As NAREDCO, we are working with the government on the affordable segment because जैसे मूवी में बोला जाता है कि अगर मूवी सक्सेस होना है एंटरटेनमेंट होना चाहिए, वैसे मैं रियल एस्टेट में बोलता हूँ सेल्स होना चाहिए. उसके साथों साथ अगर अपने को सबको इतने लोगों को इस इंडस्ट्री में टिकना है तो अफोर्डेबल बिकॉज द डिमांड इज ओनली इन अफोर्डेबल. लग्जरी देयर डिमांड कम समटाइम्स, उसके बाद लग्जरी की डिमांड कब बंद हो जाएगी. जैसे बोलते हैं ना बीएमसी का नल का पानी बंद हो जाता है, वैसी हालत होगी. अफोर्डेबल लाइक रेन, वो बारिश है वो आते ही रहने वाली है. सो यू शुड वर्क ऑन अफोर्डेबल एंड वंस अगेन विश all the young generation all the best and thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you so much, Rajan sir. Our next distinguished speaker is Mr. Hari Babuji, President of NAREDCO. With vast experience and deep knowledge of the industry, he has played a pivotal role in shaping policy frameworks. Please welcome Mr. Hari Babu sir on dais. Circle please so that everyone.
Good evening to everyone. So thank you, Jay, calling me here to address this NAREDCO Nextgen. Actually, we have 4 states Nextgen chapters. One is in Maharashtra, one is in Eastern, and recently we started in Gujarat with almost like 300 members. And we have in Hyderabad, some guests have come from Hyderabad also, NAREDCO Nextgen. And next 15 days we are going to start another chapter in Andhra Pradesh with the 50 members are already signed, just bylaws are going to come. So we have 4 chapters. And coming to the Smitaji, we are going to start another NAREDCO Mahi in Tamil Nadu. Tamil Nadu chapter is the young and new, and we are almost ready with the NAREDCO Mahi also in the there. Hyderabad also we are thinking, of course, Smitaji and Anta Ragumsi, if they both come to one time to the Hyderabad, and we can start because there are the NAREDCO Nextgen Hyderabad chapter Secretary General is girl. And who is actually not girl, actually is now she's 27 years, 28 years, and a mother of 2 children, and she is running the show of the entire NAREDCO Nextgen, Hyderabad. So here this is the one place actually, and another thing is our CEO of the NAREDCO National. CEO means maybe you can call DG or ADG or what CEO, is another lady, that is Preeti Singh. So we are giving lot of opportunities to NAREDCO Mahi and NAREDCO women entrepreneurs also. Last time when we discussed in the Mahi, we need a lot of women entrepreneurs to come into the building and also supporting industry and maybe civil side or architecture side or another. There are so many areas. There are at least 100 areas in where we can interact with these people also. And the most important thing is we are now doing the NAREDCO skill development program, most favorite subject of our Vice Chairman Bandelkar. He started this one and he is continuing, and today, before March 31st of this year, we have to complete 25,000 members to be completed for the NAREDCO, under NAREDCO umbrella, the skill development program. The skill development program next year onwards, we want to do it for the ladies also who are associated in the working class. And coming to our representations to the government, of course I took the almost like 16 months or 17 months now. So from last 17 months, of course 25 years celebration we have done in Hyderabad. Later we have done NAREDCO convention, convention at Taj Palace, New Delhi. And third one, we have recently completed NAREDCO Abu Dhabi tour, Abu Dhabi study tour to Abu Dhabi. And almost 350 participants have participated in that one, and almost 3 crores the budget. So it is a great success, and the local ministers have come. And the continuation of that NAREDCO, this one is actually we got a call from our Foreign Affairs Minister and requesting us do more study tours, not for Indian people going outside. Call those country people to come to India and start NAREDCO study tours in various cities, including Mumbai, Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Chennai, etc. So that is the follow-up of the NAREDCO study tour of the Abu Dhabi. Coming to the various representations, of course, our problems are particularly Bombay problems. We know very well Mumbai problems. We have given a lot of representation to Civil Aviation Minister when we are discussing also just chit-chatting. So civil aviation is having a lot of problem under the Suresh our Bhatia Sahab and Rajan Bhai and myself. We were there in 3-4 meetings with the ministry and with all the secretaries and everybody. They are very positive, but they are taking a little longer time. Most probably, you may get a good news in a couple of months or maybe 3 months. So maybe that is what NAREDCO is going to give a small gift to Mumbai developers. So that is going to be happen soon. Coming to the finance side, we are giving a lot of representation to finance ministry, but all the representations were actually implemented according to me, except one, that is I will tell you. As far as the 25 lakhs, my always for affordable housing, I have used to ask for 25 lakhs fixed interest for 20 years at 5%. That means the EMI will come down to 6,000 to 7,000 rupees compared to only 8.5%. But looking all those things, what our finance minister has done is, she has given 8,000 rupees flat, 8 to 10,000 rupees flat to all the income tax payers. That means she has given 1 lakh sacrifice, and the eligibility for the loans is almost 10 lakhs. See, the people who saved the money in the taxation, they are eligible almost 9 to 10 times more loans. That means almost 10 lakh loans have eligibility, and out of 10 lakhs, even 25% comes to our real estate industry. That is a huge, huge benefit to us. Yeah. So that is one. Regarding the increasing of the cost of the affordable housing from 45 lakhs to a bigger figure. Of course, we requested, my minimum side is 55 to 60 lakhs, and maximum side is by Hiranda sir 1 crore. But unfortunately, she has not considered this 45 lakhs or 55 lakhs, not 1 crore. There is only one step we are lack, and most probably next 3 months we will continuously pursue that particular job, and we will try to see some increase will be there, because 8 years back, when affordable housing is fixed at 45 lakhs, even if RBI indexation of the inflation if you take, it should be at least around 60 lakhs. But unfortunately, she is not considered that one. Maybe she is thinking, government is thinking 60 lakhs is not a poor people, 60 lakhs is MAG or HAG. So somebody is getting 60 lakhs house purchase. Now how can you say they are the affordable housing and they are called lower middle income or middle income group? So maybe that is the maybe in their mind. They still want to encourage one bedroom style of things with 30-35 lakhs. But unfortunately, market is not coming for that. When we have in Hyderabad almost like 11,000 flats available, readily available for occupation, and still unable to sell. The price brackets are between 30 lakhs to 45 lakhs. But still market is not great. But whereas contrary, the luxury segment, we are all doing fantastic. We are doing really fantastic. Luxury means we are not talking about 3,000 square feet, 5,000 square feet, 10,000 square feet. We are talking about 15,000 square feet flats. Each flat is 15,000 square feet with a 5-bedroom, like a cinema hall, not mini theater. Now we cannot say home theater. Home theater concept has gone. Home theater is not a length of 30 feet and a width of 18 feet, 20 feet. Now people are talking about like a cinema hall in the home, with a double height. So this is the really luxury segment is coming to the picture in Hyderabad. Bengaluru, of course, is doing good. Overall, thank you. Thanks to all the government officials, government policies, our real estate industry is doing fantastic and going to do very good. Our urbanization is also going to increase. Our urban population today and coming next 25 years, it will be almost like 75% higher. So more people are migrating to urban and the urban population is increasing and we have a lot of business and we're all worth here to do this business. Thanks for hearing me. Thank you very much for Jay once again for calling me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for inspiring words. And lastly, we have Mr. Ashok Mohanani, Advisory Chairman of NAREDCO Maharashtra, with a legacy of excellence. He's a guiding force for the industry. Please welcome Mr. Mohanani, sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for him?
Yeah, so good evening, everybody. Actually, I've been asked to give a special address, but let me be a little different. I just want to share my experience for the last 37 years. But what I've learned, I would like to share with the next gen, is that the theme of this conclave is innovation, technology. So what I've seen is that it's very, very important that one has to adapt to technology. One has to do something, jump out of the page, I would say. Because if you don't move with times, believe me, you're going to be obsolete. We have examples of Kodak. You saw what happened to Kodak. You saw what happened to BlackBerry. It was one of the best, in technology at that time, but they didn't move. Nokia also kind of suffered. Then Apple took over. So this is what the essence of my life learnings is, that one has to move with technology. You've seen that a lot of infrastructure has been done. Recently, we've seen, how the government is really working, especially in Maharashtra. We've done a lot of work. Okay, you've seen the coastal road, you've seen the Atul Setu, you've seen the airport coming up, you've seen the metro railways. Will you believe that the metro railway lines are going to be ultimately in the next couple of years 337 kilometers, which is 1.3 times what the local railways are. So this is what MMR is heading to, and I'm telling you, we are at the right place, friends, at the right time. But as I said, one has to move with time. Luxury, we've seen that luxury. We just spoke about affordable. Rajan Bhai just spoke about affordable. That is the mantra. Sales is the mantra. But I personally differ from Rajan Bhai to that extent. I feel that the most important mantra in our real estate is execution, execution, and execution. Because if you can do that, believe me, may it be affordable, may it be luxury, may it be anything, you will definitely cross the bar. Now coming to technology, coming to delivery, coming to execution, there is no land actually, basically, in part of Mumbai, maybe there's certain south in MMR. So I think land being finite, we have no option but to get to redevelopment. Now there are so many perils in redevelopment. You've seen that greed takes over the members. They want more area, they want more corpus, and there are certain other issues like consent of 51% is required. So there are a lot of perils, lot of stresses there in redevelopment. But with my experience, I tell you that if you can deal with the members, empathizing with them, if you can put yourself in their place, I'm telling you, it's the right place to be. Redevelopment is the mantra today, is the to-go place now. And I would urge all of you to look at redevelopment, not only in the luxury segment, in the mid segment also, it's doing really well. We at Ekta, I'm just want to share my experience that we've started putting a digital clock outside every project. So it's a timer which works backward, which shows that there are 600 days when we start the projects. For example, it becomes 599, 598. So every buyer, knows when he's going to get his possession. So it's all about optics. So we need to change the optics as far as the buyer is concerned. We need to give them that feeling of comfort, We need to give them that confidence that, yeah, we are there for you. Your house, you've trusted us in redevelopment. You've given us your project to make your house. You vacated your house. This is your only wealth, and we need to do justice to them. We need to give them the delivery on time. When I started my career, 37 years back, the average age of my buyer, actually not only average, the age of a buyer was about 50. Trust me, friends. When he's close to retirement, he would come to us and ask us for an apartment. He's just going to retire after another 8 to 10 years. Today, friends, the average age is 35 and 36 years is what we have seen, okay? People in their late 30s are buying huge apartments, penthouses they're buying from us, something around 30, 40 crores. So this is the kind of aspirational living I've seen in the last few years, especially post-COVID. There's been a great realization that, that one has to have their own home. Every child, every member of the family wants his own private space. And this is what, we are catering to as far as the luxury or the mid-luxury segment is concerned. Then friends, the government has done great, there's been a dynamic regulation 3320B, okay, which gives us, ample FSI. So there's no dearth of FSI. Plus it also, allows the PAPs to be residing in the same location. So they are not, they're not out of their socio-economic fabric. So this way, this is a great, regulation, and I think it's there to stay. We have 3311 also to compete with, but I think this move is really good, and I would urge that everybody should look at 3320B also now. Then friends, I'd also like to share that that this gathering today is, of course, I won't take it away from all the panelists who have come here. They really spent a lot of time and to conceive this, especially Jay and his team has spent a lot of time in conceiving this conclave. So compliments to you Jay, and to your entire NAREDCO Nextgen. And yes, friends, so here we are looking forward to some great learning from all you panelists. Thank you, friends.
Thank you so much, sir. Check. Thank you so much, sir. All right, as we move on to the next segment, it's an immense pleasure to announce as we have our new core team members here with us and the leadership of NAREDCO Nextgen. It's an immense pleasure to announce. I'm really sorry, I'm bad with the pronunciation. It's like tongue twister to me. NAREDCO, if I'm not wrong. Okay. The leadership of NAREDCO and Nextgen, new core team members. It's an immense pleasure as we have new members here with us. I will be calling each one of them one by one. I would request for the very first time, Mr. Vishal Thakkar, as he will be appointed as Vice President. I would request him to please come ahead and join us on dais. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everyone? Heartiest congratulations to Mr. Thakkar. Now I would request Mr. Rishabh Siroya to please come ahead and join us on dais. Can we have a huge applause for him as well? Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye, everyone. He will be appointed as Vice President. Lovely. Zordar taaliyan honi chahiye, everyone. All right, now it's an immense pleasure to announce Mr. Pratap Reddy ji to please come ahead and join us on dais. Let's put your hands together for all the core team members with him. I would also request Mr. Aditya Bodu to please come ahead and join us on dais. He will be appointed as the Vice President. With him, I would also request Mr. Chintan Vasani. He will be appointed as our Joint Treasurer. Please, दोनों सर के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Heartiest congratulations to everyone. New core team members and the leadership. Yes. Mr. Vishal Thakkar, who is appointed as Vice President, Mr. Rishabh Siroya, who is appointed as Vice President, Mr. Pratap Reddy, who is appointed as Vice President, Mr. Aditya Bodu, who was appointed as Vice President, and Mr. Chintan Vasani, who was appointed as Joint Treasurer. Heartiest congratulations to each one of you. I would request all the dignitaries to please come ahead for the picture. Lovely. Thank you so much. Thanking all the dignitaries. Yes. Now, before we move on to the next segment, before we move on to the panel discussion, now let's take a moment to thank our generous sponsors who have graciously supported us in organizing this event. Without their continuously contribution and support, this wonderful event would not be possible. So thanking all sponsors. For the very first time, I want to thank KNest, the presenting partners, for associating with us. Also thanking Fujitech Gold Partners. Also thanking NAREDCO Exclusive Surface Partner. It's a pleasure. You have always been supporting us. Thank you so much one more time. Now, as we move on to the next segment, which is going to be the panel discussion, it's time for our first panel discussion titled Financing the Future, Exploring Innovative Avenues for Growth. Moderating this insightful discussion is Mr. Shobhit Agarwal, MD and CEO of Anrock Capital, a leader in real estate finance and advisory. Please welcome Mr. Agarwal, sir, everyone. Can we have a huge round of applause? Now I would also request, joining him on the panel, we have our dignitaries, Mr. Sunil Rohkale, co-founder, CEO and MD of ASK Investment Managers Limited, a stalwart in financing, investment and wealth management. Welcome on dais, sir. With him, we also have Mr. Vihang Sarnai, Director of Vihang Group of Companies, a young visionary driving innovation in real estate. Welcome on dais, sir. I would request him to please come ahead and join us. Also with him, we have Mr. Jayavardhan Goenka, Executive Director of Dynamics Group, bringing fresh perspective and leadership to the industry. Welcome on dais, sir. Now I would request Mr. Amit Goenka, Chairman and MD of Nisus Finance and financial expert known for pioneering investment in real estate. I would also request Mr. Jyoti Prakash Gadia, MD of Resurgent India, with extensive experience in financial advisory and investment banking. Welcome on dais, sir. Now I would request our moderator, sir, Mr. Agarwalji, to please take over.
Thank you. I want to thank NAREDCO for having us all on this session. When I was invited, I was thinking, what innovation are we going to talk about? Very, very happy to see next generation stepping in. Sunil and I were sharing the desk here, and there were so many new faces that we were feeling lost, saying, looks like we need to be here more often or be out of this room actually. We have to figure out what to do with ourselves. But really happy to have a few developers. I think it was a great idea to have some developers. Of course, we have got two very large stalwarts in financing, and I'm actually particularly sitting this side because everybody then is on my right side. I don't want to be on the wrong side of anyone. So I'll start, I know we've heard a lot of speeches, but in general, when we took over, and I'm talking about 20-25 years, Sunil, I'm going to ask him, what was the first loan you ever gave in terms of quantum?
Year 1996, I bought a house in Pune, 3.5 lakhs.
3.5. And what is the construction finance loan that you ever wrote as ICICI?
5 crore.
5 crores. Guys, that's not even the cost of the apartment. Ashok Bhai mentioned 30-40 crores for one penthouse, right?
This is 1999, and when I actually moved on to private equity, That time the same 5 crore, when I gave it to the developer, the same developer actually was at 500 crore upstream.
That's right. So we have seen the cycle, we have seen and the point I was making is we have seen the start of the cycle for financing. Sunil was one of the first, Amit was the first. And the first loans they wrote out were like 5 crores. If they had to write out 20 crores, it was a large check. And this is not as late, this is 1999 he's talking about, right? So 20 years, now the smallest loan probably will be, we're giving home loans that are larger than that, right? So let's forget about that. So there's been a lot of change, the scales have changed, lots of things have changed. Somebody mentioned few big developers have collapsed because of several changes that have come in the industry, right? So we've got regulated, which everybody knows, tax regime has changed, sales have become important, execution has become important. So I'm going to start with Amit, who's just got listed. So congratulations.
Thank you.
On listing. Why don't I start with you, Amit, to talk about what were some of the changes that you've observed in the financing models and what do you think is going to sustain, right? I was just going to mention that, in the first few years that I worked, we used to do HNI collections, give it directly to the developer. Sir, ye paisa laga raha hai, wo laga raha hai. All that is now out of the window.
Correct.
So how do you see this industry forming up now and where are you going to take it?
So very well put, Shobit. I think first, I think you've correlated two things. The first is that institutionalization and the second is scale. I think both are correlated because you're seeing more institutional capital go to people who can scale. Which means obviously people who have that trajectory set out for themselves, who have a demonstrated track record, have got phenomenal next-gen leaders, leading that, because I think continuity is again a very important aspect today. Key man risk has become a very important aspect. So I think that's a very, very significant risk underwriting that today investors or managers are doing is, can I see continuity to build that scale so that my capital can stay out, can keep on revolving for a longer period of time across the supply chain of the same counterparty. So I think that's a very significant change. Where from, going thin and wide, I think it's now going to a few able people in big measures. I think, so that's another thing. Institutionalization, of course, has now become, I think, a no-brainer. We've seen that, accelerate post-COVID. Like it was mentioned that we've seen consolidation faster than ever before in the last 4 years than we saw in the last 14 years, maybe, or even longer. So I think that's clearly the case. In terms of partnerships, again, I think there's a lot more cautious optimism than reckless optimism. I think for a long period of time, between 2012 and 2016-17, we saw a lot of reckless optimism, too much liquidity going out unabated, and we've seen the outcomes and fallouts of that as well. And I think people have really taken that back in a very big way. So earlier there was equity between 2005. So I really think, because you talk of 96, 97, I think the industry really is not more than, to my mind, less than 20 years old. Because really with the press note of 2005 that the industry started to form. That's when FDI said, I need a counterparty who can take capital. Earlier that was never a mindset, where you can build, what you can sell, how you can take the money home. That was the only. So really, I think this industry, from the way we see it today, with REITs, with so much of listable enterprises, and I think so. For the first time, I'm seeing an agreement between stock market analysts and real estate analysts that real estate is an investable asset class. I think there's always a divergence between the two. For the last 20 years, we've been debating, on the common platform whether, real estate is an investable asset class or not. But I think today there's a convergence, which is why managers like us can get listed, developers can get listed, NBFCs can get listed. The ecosystem can come to capital markets, and that's a great way of financing. I think there is some innovation to that extent in that as well, which was very different from what you could have imagined even a few years ago. Because markets are able to understand and accept that there is a lot more maturity and a lot more depth now available in this asset class to be able to create creative financing solutions. So I think a lot has changed, Shobit, and I think you already set the tone for that.
Yeah, thank you. I like a few things that you said. It's institutionalizing, more acceptance in the public markets. We are becoming so-called investable grade. Jay, I've had a chance to work with your dad, and now you. So I want to ask you a question. I'm assuming you've also seen your previous generation work. What are some of the things that you will not do And what have your learnings been in person, right? Because that's very important for the next generation, and I see that change is very significant. Nobody better than you to actually talk about it.
Thanks for that, Shobit. That's it's something I reflect on quite often. Rather than give a very specific answer, I'll just give a broader one. My wife and I were having dinner with my father the other day, and my dad looks at me a lot of times and says, you're too conservative. He was in a good mood that day. So he was just chit-chatting with my wife, and paid me a compliment in sorts. And he said, today the risk that he's willing to take. Let me put it this way. He says the risk that I was willing to take when I was his age was far less than what my father was willing to take. And similarly, the risk that he's willing to take is far less than what I was willing to take. So I think the circumstances have changed as such where, I've seen 2 generations before me do this business. And I think the risk appetite has changed fundamentally. And that's probably a function of us just having a lot more knowledge, a stricter regulatory environment, a more compliant a higher degree of compliance which is foisted upon us. And it's institutionalizing our businesses will give our businesses longevity, and doing things in the old ways which were appropriate for that point in time are probably not appropriate today, and will not allow us to access, gentlemen like Mr. Goenka, Mr. Rokale for capital markets, will not allow us to access, public markets, and will also result in us having unhappy customers, unhappy employees, and it's self-defeating. So I think generally we need to, what I've learned at least, is the entire risk matrix is something I pay a lot more attention to, probably more than my dad did, and probably much more than my grandfather did.
Thank you. And if I have to just sum up what I've heard basically, is he'll probably build an organization that is more sustainable, more independent, he'll have more professionals, he'll do the right thing. Whether it's because of the regulatory environment or not is a debatable issue, but people who do not change like he's changed, I think are not going to survive. So we've heard Amit talking about institutionalization, we're speaking to Jay, he's also saying the same thing, saying at some point things were different, today they are completely changed. I'm now going to move to Sunil, and what we've decided, both Sunil and me, that we're going to only do one round of conversation, one message from each one of us, and then we'll open it for the group because there are lots of new people here, and we'll take a few more additional questions rather than just continuously dialoguing between us. So Sunil, I want to just leave, probably come to you in a different way. I'm saying you've seen the first flow from 1995 to 2005. Then you've seen the upswing that Amit mentioned, the recklessness from 2005 to maybe 2017, and then cautious optimism or cautious sort of thing. What are some of your learnings, and what do you want to tell the next generation who's listening to us to say how much financial jugglery should you do, or should you do it at all? Right? My question is, innovation is nice, but is jugglery the right word, right? Do you want to even go that way?
Yeah, thank you. I think, and I quite agree with both Jay and Amit. So my learning as a part of the ecosystem, being the banker to the end customer, maybe a banker to a developer, and now maybe an equity or a credit partner to a developer, the journey of last 30 years. So one thing always remains the same. The basic first principles of real estate has to be respected, and understand what are those first principles of real estate. I think real estate was, is, and going to be a tough business. You are not creating some Excel sheet magics. You're not creating some drawings in some technological digital way. You're creating physical creation. You're touching so many lives. You're touching so many authorities. You're touching so many customer segments. You're touching so many people who are going to be encouraging you and discouraging you. And hence, it is very, very important to understand the first principle. And the first principle is that you need to understand that there is something called as equity and something called as debt. Frankly, in this room, when the dais was there, they are actually baby boomers. We are Gen X, and some of them are Gen X here, baby millennials here. So this is a combination. So we'll have a very different thinking than the baby boomers, let me tell you. Baby boomers were thinking, why do I need capital? I myself is a capital. Land can come automatic. It can be whatever way. So there is a learning for slum redevelopment. There is a learning for society redevelopment. There is a learning for buying a fresh piece of land. Ultimate truth is what is the cost entry price. So first principle of viability of any financial product has to be understood in a context. Okay. What is the past generation has done it? They are on the back of the envelope calculation. You need to understand because you are very different, you have resources. So that's my first learning that life has changed. People have overborrowed. People have been overconfident about delivery. People were overconfident about speaking of delivery but under-deliver. The brand in real estate matters. That's the first principle. Whatever you buy, you first ask which company. मोबाइल कौन सा कंपनी का है पूछते हैं ना कोई भी मोबाइल उठाते हैं क्या same house which is supposed to be such a costly lifetime's first personally involved family involved product do you think you want to buy anything few people may be buying it in future people will not buy it building a brand is very important what is building brand execution first principle is real estate is execution write down on your board execution and execution it's not selling once you execute, it will get somewhere. Sorry, Rajan is not here. So Rajan approached us, and I take one example, 1 minute example. Rajan approached us in his Thane project, and he, fantastic project, I think Pokhran 1 or 2, 1 I guess. Pokhran 2. It was one of the best piece of land. Rajan was 25 crore. Long time back. I left the bank, SSL bank, 16 years back, and I'm talking about maybe 5 years before. So he has a fantastic luxury project. 2008. And he wanted to build a project where the pool was on the rooftop.
I built that project.
Correct. So I told him categorically, maybe we were not able to look at your project because we are not able to see the vision what you are talking about. Correct. Another first principle I would like to tell you that anything and everything can be built, but we have to make a financially viable product. We have to execute it. Are we doing it for the customer or are we doing it for our own personal first? And I think that's very important. So building a brand, please don't underestimate. Building a brand is not customers. Building a brand is getting the lower and diversified source of capital as well. And all of us as private equity credit funds, really matters how you execute, how you deal with your customer. And the innovation part is probably not there. How many of them you can go to your own organization and ask your dad, how many houses you built? He will be very proud saying, oh, I sold something like maybe 10 million and I sold houses of say 1,500 houses, 15,000 houses. Can you ask him, where is that database of those customers? He will struggle, we don't have that. We have. You struggle. That's where understanding the customer is the core, is the first principle of real estate. And not real estate, it's the principle of everything. So I'm saying, unless and until, and you have had enough experience of last 2.5 decades of many generations in your house, don't jump in to become the owner quickly. Learn the first principle. Get the brand right, get the execution right, get the customer right, get your sales engine right through technology, and that's where innovation is required. Otherwise, construction technology and sales technology, otherwise be non-innovative and focus on execution.
So thanks Sunil. I think very well put together. Lots of learning.
Can I take a minute?
Yes, of course. It is your floor.
Friends, Friends, I would tell what is a positive thing about that. What I earned by then, कि Sunil and Raju Sabharwal sir was also there. I shouldn't forget both their name. बोला 25 करोड़ तेरे को आग बंद करके दे देते. But they were right, I was wrong. But at the later, if I sit back and think, I was also not wrong, because money is not everything. Sir, what happened? I built that building, but you are right because I made loss in that building. But why I was not wrong? Because I got that reputation. Because in 2008, everybody knew Hiranandani. तो जो भी देखो आज अपने जेब में पैसा है लेकिन कोई जानता नहीं है ना, तो जब जेब में पैसा है और कोई नहीं जानता है ना तो बहुत तकलीफ होता है. लेकिन सब जानते हैं और जेब में पैसा नहीं है वो भी तकलीफ होता है. दोनों चीजें हैं. So you have to balance that. So sir, I constructed that building, what was the plan, and I completed entire that. And if I am not wrong, whoever has seen that building, they tell it is one of the best building in Thane. Yeah, thank you.
Well done, well done. We are going to ask Nihang, he's from there, to talk about this building, but
My mother has a flat invested in that.
good. So lots of connections, guys. But the lesson that I am hearing from both of you is saying, do whatever is required, but please keep an eye on your balance sheet, right? It is not good either ways to make a loss and still finish the project, right? Make sure that while you're making the project, you're also keeping an eye on your balance sheet and there is viability. Yang, I'm going to move to you. You are again the next generation. I think your dad saw something nice, so he named you and the company the same. So very nice. Tell me something. You've come again. You've seen the change of guard in your own company. Jay talked about changing risk profiles, corporate governance coming in. What are some of the challenges that you're finding which you won't want to leave behind for the next generation? Right, so you have to plan for your future. We're talking about the customers, but what are some of the things that you do not want to leave behind for the next generations to handle? It's quite important saying this I will not do.
Good evening, everyone. First of all, let me mention that Jay and we feel very protected to be sitting amongst financial stalwarts. It's good to be sandwiched between you guys. So thank you for that, Jay. And yeah, very interesting question. Like, I was just thinking while you asked me the question and I was hearing these guys out. I think around 2007, 2008 when the market crashed, the dynamism Rajanji, my father, had at that point of time, ki market gir gaya, ab kya kare? I remember how they used to function. He had bought from one of their common friends a land, 25 lakh का टोकन दिया था. 2 दिन में प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया, 3 दिन में 350 फ्लैट बेचा. वो पैसे से सीसी के पैसे भरे और लैंडलॉर्ड को भी पैसे दिया. That used to be the dynamism, that used to be the gamble they used to play. The risk factor was that high. Would I be able to do that today? I don't think so. So the answer to your question that what would you like to leave behind? I don't want to leave it behind. I want to be motivated by it. But make sure that I'm a little more structured, a little more transparent in my way of working. If you remember, I'd come to your office to meet you guys once and we were discussing my project with Godrej. So the story behind that is like when my father gave me one project in 2017-18 that take this and do your own project. I thought ki kya kare yaar, I cannot be as risky and as big a gambler as you have been, I believe in a little more sustainability, a little more stability. What I did is I got in touch with Pirosha and gave him a proposal that, just join hands, we'll do a rev share model, land is completely mine, I take total control of it, title is my responsibility, CC is my responsibility, everything is mine, you come with the brand, you uplift me, मैं भी कुछ सीख जाऊँगा यार आप लोग से. And it really worked for me because the revenue that I got from him, I mentioned you the value of the revenue, that actually helped me structure my future projects. After that, I did a 15 lakh square feet project with Godrej, but I managed to complete 20-25 lakh square feet post that, my own. So I think what we can also try to do is create a certain kind of balance. I remember you mentioning me that why don't you give me that cash flow and I will raise something for you, for your... That was also one thing we could have explored at that point of time, but thanks to certain institutes and institutions that came on, and of course came on board, and we got funded also. I also have this weird policy where I feel that when you launch a project, before you take any finance, you need to focus on sales. चलो ज़मीन है, सीसी आ गया, ये सब हमने खेल लिया, उसके बाद what do you do next? Little focus more on sales is where you can then look at. Try to get 30-40% sales in the phase 1, then go to the institutes. तब क्या होता है, security, the relationship of the institution with the developer gets a little more stronger. Now, people like me, we are looking at institutes, we are younger, we are the first, at least I am the first generation who's looking at institutes to, get more funding for the group. And that's where security and the trust develops, And that is one mechanism we can look at. So, to sum it up, don't want to leave anything, but yes, would want to be more structured, would want to be more accountable, and would want to be more transparent in the future.
Thank you for sharing your story. But again, I'm just sort of simplifying what I am hearing. It's basically he first invested in learning the right things that Godrej was doing. He learned from them. He did pay a little money to Godrej, right? They must have taken a lion's share of the profit, right? But he did invest in it. It was a difficult decision those days. I remember him coming to our office and talking about it. But what he did was he paid a little price to learn what the right corporate governance structure should be. He learned it well, and then he grew on his own, right? And obviously, which means he's institutionalized his business far more and far quicker than he would have done on his own, right? Which brings me to my best friend here. He helps people raise money. He's always romancing with capital. So I'm going to just ask him, look, lots of new things that happened, by the way. The conventional CF, LRDs, etc. were all very spoken about. Now fractionalization has happened, REITs have happened, mid or whatever, the SM REITs have come in, right? Listed NCDs. So what are some of the things that you are seeing as innovations in financing, and what would you want to tell the next generation? Say, please do this and please don't do this, right? So just a few things that you can share at the top of your hand.
Thank you, Sobit. Thanks everybody. Thanks everybody for inviting me here. Thanks, what I have seen, as Sunilji has rightly pointed out, in this last 15-17 years of advising the clients for the fundraising, what I can only say in this last few years, the financial model, Excel, kitna mein maal bikega, what is the costing, what is the tenure, Excel, those are all absolutely unimportant right now into the fundraising process. Whatever the sale price is, it is 500 rupees plus and minus. Whatever is the cost price, it is plus minus 200 rupees. It is all decided. Sale में 25% माल पहला साल बिकेगा या 22% बिकेगा या 27% बिकेगा. This is what the numbers are. What I have seen now in this last 3-4 years, what has now becoming important in terms of key structuring of the transaction, like genesis of the transaction. Each and every transaction, each and every client, each and every time, it is all different. Any client coming to us and approaching us for funding, and same client approaching us for the same project after 6 months, the entire structure, the entire terms, condition, the entire world gets changed for us that way. So whenever we are talking, so first of all, whenever the project comes, for the structuring, whether land stage, approval stage, stress ka project hai ye, whether it is a refinancing project, whether it is a JV project, whatever is that project. So those are the type of the combination which is there. Again, it is in SPV project, whether it is into a parent company project, whether it is a DM model which is there, or whether you are going to do some DM, something there, whether the project is built to suit, whether it is some portion which is built to suit, some portion which you are going to do which is contingent upon some event. There is something which the project is going to do it in phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. So this is the project complexities that we talk about, and these complexities keep on changing with the time which is there. And then the tenure of the loan. So tenure of the loan depends upon, sir, whether this tenure and also the repayment period. whatever is the repayment, whether the project it is into the self-liquidation mode or whether the project that you are getting finance from Sunilji or from anybody, whether the repayment has to be done by some nationalized bank coming and taking over the loan, or whether there is some other methodology through which the repayment has to be done. So how you will repay the loan after 3 years or 4 years, you need to decide right now. Depending upon that, the structure need to be decided right now, depending upon what you write in that into the sanction letter. Like in case if you know कि sir मेरे को 3 साल बाद में there has to be some portion of the loan which has to be some PSU bank has to come and they has to loan. Now the sanction letter has to mention कि sir the purpose of the loan cannot be mentioned land. So you have to mention whether it is a GCP loan, whether the part construction. आप क्या word लिखेंगे into the sanction letter so that the after some time the loan is also taking over there. So these are some of the terminology which we are then. Then the terms and conditions. How will you decide after the NCLT Act has come in, after the IBC come in, after the GST come in, RERA coming in? What sort of terms and condition, what sort of compliance structure, what sort of checks and balances into the project that you will put up? How will you monitor the cash flow? How will you monitor the project cash flow? How will you monitor the company as a whole cash flow? What are the sort of covenants that also you are going to put into the project level and also at the company level covenants which are there. So these are undergoing so much of change Sovit bhai right now that in this last 3-4 years, earlier it was only कि sir आपने debt equity देखा, आपने land की cost देखी, you have seen whatever is this security structure which is available. I think so whatever was the project parameter, whatever was the banking parameter 5-10 years before, those project parameters, this has got changed to what is the structuring, कैसे मेरा loan का repayment होगा, what is this entire compliance structure, how is my cash flow getting monitored, how is my asset getting monetized, how I am going to monitor कि land मेरे पास में ठीक है कि नहीं है. So all these things has got some much more prominent importance than into the financial numbers which are there. So which is what I feel the change.
Thank you. So basically guys, there are lots and lots of financing models and options that are available. If somebody needs help, can contact our friend here to my right. But now I'm just going to open it to all of you. But just summarizing, basically what Amit said is scalability and institutionalization. I think what Jay was saying, and Jay and Vihang, I wanted to leave or ask this question. I think what they don't want to do, and maybe I am taking a shot at it, is leave stress for the next generation. I think they have both taken it when they have moved into that. I think one thing that you don't want to do is leave stress. It's okay if you leave some little less money for them, but don't give them stress, right? I think that's the big learning that at least a few of us have seen, and guys, please follow that as a regime, saying don't give stress to your next generation, right? Sunil, really appreciate the fact that you said focus on viability and then start on execution, and then sales will ultimately happen. Don't focus too much on sales. And our friend here has of course said that I think 10 years or 15 years ago, there were very little options. It was a very straight line process and you had to follow it. Today, there are customizable options available, and different projects require different type of financing. It's all available, guys. So don't worry about it, but make sure that you're understood it well and you've taken the right call. So financing options are available. With this, I'm going to just hand over or ask somebody if they put one or two questions.
Just one. Jyoti has mentioned so many things about this thing, and it seems to be complicated, right? The way he said things, I'll tell you, it's very simple. It's very, very simple. And I'm telling you on the other side of the table. The only thing he's not actually told you directly, which I'm telling you directly. Bankers, lenders are looking at real cash flow and not excessive cash flows. If you can help them understand the real cash flow and ASAP those cash flows, there is no structure which can be complicated. It's very simple. But the moment you become intellectual Excel sheet masters and create a cash flow, which the lenders today probably are more perturbed about. Correct? So just get few free cash flows, ASAP, real cash flows, you will get everything.
Seems like there are no questions. So thank you guys for having us over. Thank you, NAREDCO. And I'm going to just leave one request. Guys, whenever you put a panel, at least have one woman on the stage. So some photographs for us as well look pretty, right?
This is the next gen, no? The baby boomers are sitting here.
Baby boomers are sitting here, guys. Just put some more diversity and inclusion. So thanks for that. Thank you, everybody here, for sharing your life experiences.
Thank you so much to all panelists and thank you so much to our moderators. Now it's a pleasure to have the felicitation ceremony for which, for the very first time, I would request Mr. Rajan Bandilkar sir to please come ahead and felicitate our moderator, Mr. Shobhit Agarwal ji. Also, I would request Mr. Anil Suri ji to please come ahead and felicitate Mr. Sunil Rohukali ji. Can we please have Mr. Anil Suri ji on dais? Also, I would request Mr. Anish Shah ji to please come ahead and felicitate Mr. Vihang Sarnaik ji. Guys, आपकी तालियां नहीं बज रही हैं, जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए. Yes. Now with this, I would request Saidamini Shah ji to please come ahead and join us on dais. I would request her to please felicitate Jayavardhan Goenka ji. I would also request Mr. Harish Raj Kulkarni ji to please come ahead and felicitate Mr. Amit Goenka ji. Also, I would request Ms. Avni Sangvi ji to please come ahead and join us on dais to felicitate Ms. Jyoti Prakash Gadia ji. Can I please request Mr. Pranay Shah to please come ahead and join us on dais to please felicitate Mr. Gadia ji. I would request all the panelists and moderators to please stay back for the group picture. Okay, can we one more time have a huge round of applause for everyone who have been present here for the very first panel discussion? Thank you so much. Thank you so much, all the panelists and moderators for being here on dais. Without any further ado, we are quickly moving ahead to the fireside chat. Up next is an informal and engaging fireside chat featuring two stalwarts. Talking about the same, calling up on the stage Shri Rajan Bandilkar ji, Vice Chairman of NAREDCO and Managing Director of Ronak Group, to please come ahead and join us on dais. Also along with him, I would request Shri Vipul Rongta ji, MD and CEO of HDFC Capital, to please come ahead and join us on dais for fireside chat. I would request all the guests who are standing outside to please come ahead and join us. Also, please have a seat, be seated, make yourself comfortable. Important announcement, we are quickly moving ahead to the fireside chat. Here we have on dais Shri Rajan Bandilkar ji and Shri Vipul Rongta ji here with us.
Hello. Guys, मेरे ख्याल से इसी थोड़ा कूल करना पड़ेगा क्योंकि टेम्परेचर सर आते ही टेम्परेचर हॉट हो गया है. Am I right?
अच्छा, my request is that whoever is sitting, वो बाहर वाले को इतना ही बोलना है कि जितने भी बाहर हैं ना उनको पैसे नहीं मिलने वाले हैं, हाँ? तो जिनको भी पैसे चाहिए तुरंत अंदर आने बोलो, तो फटाफट आ जाएंगे. Friends, I think Vipul is such a person in the industry. He doesn't need any introduction. A round of applause. And Vipul, I'll tell you, I am fortunate because fireside chat is not easy. But first one I did with Hafiz sir, who is a legend. And now the second legend. Yeah. So friends, I know Vipul from his starting days, more than 2 decades. Vipul manages more than $1 billion and focuses on providing long-term equity. Unfortunately, मेरे को लगता है मुंबई में वो कम पैसे देता है, दिल्ली में ज़्यादा देता है. इसलिए हमने बोला मुंबई में बुलाएंगे तो मुंबई और महाराष्ट्र के डेवलपर को भी बेनिफिट हो जाएगा. Vipul has managed investment over $5 billion across Indian real estate classes, including credit, finance, and private equity, and has an impressive track record of delivering high returns to the investors. Vipul is consistently regarded as an affordable housing ecosystem expert, and I know because whenever I speak to Vipul, he talks the way I told you. People must have heard me talking affordable, affordable, affordable. It comes from Vipul. Whenever I talk, he only talks about affordable because he knows where the buyers are. Vipul is an avid traveler, reads mythology, and runs a food club on local Indian cuisine. So what is this? This so I came to know today only. Till now I was not knowing. If you can little bit tell people about that. So whoever is interested in that, they can have and look at the other side of Vipul other than finance on food.
See, क्या होता है कि we are bankers. So in banker you have to have risk mitigants. So we said that the job is risky enough. We need to have a plan B in life. So that's why. But on a serious note, I just run a club which is now almost 10 years, but it's only by invite, about 300-400 of us, and
I don't think anyone in this hall is lucky enough. I think our request is that.
No. It's nothing on that sort. It's the idea is to take some local cuisine. There are a lot of local cuisines in India, and we do rallies and we do food parties and we do cookouts and so on and so forth. Nothing on that side. But yeah, it's good fun.
Yeah. Vipul, I think you have seen many cycles in real estate industry. You have seen the global economical turbulence, declining performance in other asset class. And if I'm not wrong, you have seen American Lehman Brothers crisis also. You are there at that time. And at present, we have gone through Corona as well as Indian crisis of demonetization, then GST, then RERA, then NBFC crisis, and icing on the cake was Corona. Fortunately, many of the developers got benefited out of that. And what is your suggestion to the next gen? Because post-Corona, people are thinking more about luxury rather than affordable. To which class they should go, affordable, luxury or mid-segment, and why?
See, let me reverse that a bit. See, what happens is that I think most of the people when you say next gen is what? Next generation of developers, or it's young developers only? First generation? Both. If the idea is, I'm sure everybody is smart enough to understand, but 2-3 things I would like to say. One is, it's been almost 22 years that I've been investing, and I don't think that there is a more exciting time to be in Indian real estate, whether you're a financer, developer, service provider, than it is today, or probably maybe 2 years back to now, because things have been finally what was always, see, in 2004, 5, 6 period when FDI started for the first time, and when the color of money started becoming green, rather than just Mahatma Gandhi and all those things. What happened is that a lot of money started pouring in. A lot of people here raised capital. That capital never made money. A lot of equity come, almost $15 billion of equity came in that period through various things, AIMS and direct equity and so on and so forth. Then came the second cycle of money which came in this NBFC ecosystem, where 2011-12 onwards, a lot of money came through the NBFC. At peak, I think their book was almost 2.5 lakh crores, 3 lakh crores. And then what is happening now? So, but if you see 2005, 6, 7, when we would go to raise a fund, today we are running our 9th fund. When we would go and raise a fund, and today when we go and raise a fund globally, our first 5 slides are the same. India is a young economy. India has a young population. 2/3 or 50% or 60% or 70% below the age of 35 or 25 or whatever it is. The retail concentration is very, very low, so organized retail is only 3%. Number of hotel rooms in India is, I remember a stat, number of hotel rooms in India is less than the number of hotels in Thailand or something of that sort. And statistics would always be the same. High GDP per capita happening, GDP growth is very good. It was a story 20 years back. It is a similar story today. The one critical difference that I see now and what I see earlier, being 20 years in this play, today there is also a capability to invest locally. And there is a confidence. 2005, 6, 7, the average entrepreneur in India was not as confident about his or her own business than they are today. The fact that you have a next-gen ecosystem means that there's that much next generation which says that real estate development is probably a decent business for me to put my career on. I don't think you would have been able to set up a next gen 20 years back, because it was not as, I would say it was not as lucrative and it was not as heady a position to be called, say, a real estate developer or real estate, because they would say, okay, fine, you're not able to do anything. And the joke which used to be there is that if you don't have anything, then to become a developer, you are basically an aggregator. Your father gives you 2 acres of land, and then you aggregate everybody. You aggregate the engineer, you aggregate the architect, you aggregate the salesperson, you manage them, you get the approvals thanks to ABCD, and you run your play. Because you've not been able to do anything, you do this, which is not the situation today. Today, let me give you some numbers. I was talking about it in the morning today. I think, depending, I can't, for heavens, understand why can't NAREDCO or anybody get the statistics in India okay. Does anybody know how many units we have sold last year? Because there are 5 research agencies, they give numbers from 5 lakhs to 8 lakhs. Somebody says 8 cities, or Shobit has just gone away, but somebody says 8 cities, somebody says 11 cities, somebody says 14 cities, somebody says 44 cities. Those cities keep changing. So nobody knows, so there is no way that you can compare, but even if it is a 6 lakh units, we say that SIP number in India is 20,000 crores a month. Everybody knows that? Do you know how much number is coming into primary real estate every month? 80,000 crores. 80,000 crores per month. 80,000 crores per month is coming into Indian real estate on the primary basis. That is first builder sales. That's 4 times the so-called SIP. That's the kind of money that is coming into this segment. 50 to 60% of net worth of India is real estate. And today, the big difference between then and now, 2005 and 2025, is that today the entrepreneur is saying, I have the ability to not only raise capital abroad because we are doing better than everybody else, but it is also because I have an option of taking money domestically. Like Sunil was here, a lot of you would be accessing money on a local basis. You don't have to go abroad to raise that capital. And that, I think, is the big change. So you coming to your point about you should do premium and affordable. See, you can't say I have to do affordable for the sake of doing affordable. There is a post-COVID, there is a premiumization that has happened in every industry. You look at cars. Today, more hatchbacks are getting sold than the cheaper cars. It's a very interesting thing. This sales guy of Hyundai told me. He said that i10, which is fully loaded with all the gizmos, the mirror and the alloy wheels and this and that, which is almost the price of a i20 base version, sells more than the i20 base version. Which means that the person who is buying the car also is aspirational and says, I want to buy i10, but I want to buy the highest category of i10. But I don't want to buy the i20, which is probably a bigger car. Then why would that aspiration aspect not come in homes? It's as simple as that. And there are a lot of factors which have gone post-COVID. Everybody's realized the value of a home. Everybody realized the value of ownership. There is, I started talking at some of these places. So obviously YOLO factor is, next generation is here. So you only live once is a huge factor. If a lot of people are buying, like I recently met this guy who, there was this newspaper which came that somebody bought 190 crore penthouse in Gurgaon. So he came and I was having a chat with him. With due respects to the guy, not to be quoted, it's not like he's like a super billionaire. He's not even a billionaire. Forget billionaire, he's not even a 200 millionaire. Let me put it this way. So I asked him, I said, with such a normal, why would you buy a 200 crore apartment? He says, do you think the value of the apartment will go to 100? I said, no, it will not even go to 150. I wanted to buy something which is intergenerational for myself. So it's a perspective. He said, I can afford it, I could take a loan and I bought it. It may be 30-35% of my net worth, so be it. Now, these kind of impulse decisions or indecisive decisions, there's nothing right and wrong, but there's enough and more of these that are happening across different segments. To your point about affordable, I can tell you, it's a very interesting thing. They said that the total number of sales this year has crossed $1 billion or $100 billion, 8.5 lakh crores. And some 8 lakh units have been sold. That means average is 1 crore a unit. Now tell me, and they say that this is happening predominantly in the top 6 cities. Tell me how many developers are here? There would be at least 100 developers. How many have units where the selling price is less than 1 crore?
Mumbai is not there.
No. Yeah. Bombay, Delhi, Gurgaon, Noida, Bangalore, Pune, Chennai, Hyderabad. You tell me who in which city is doing a project where the unit price sales is less than 1 crore. Even if it is 95 lakhs. It's not there.
The finance ministry doesn't listen to us. I think you have to tell her, she still keeps affordable below 45 lakhs.
No, the point I'm making is, but the average is 1. How is the average 1 then? See, you have to go beyond the statistics, no? If they are saying that the average is 1 crore, so if somebody is selling 3, 4, 5, 10 crores, then obviously somebody has to sell 45, 50, 60, 70 lakhs. It's not that it's not selling. Obviously it is selling, which is why the data is what it is. But it is selling this. See, if Thane, I could probably buy something for maybe 10,000 rupees a square foot 10 years back or 7 years back. And I can buy a 1,000 square feet apartment for 1 crore. Today, I have to go, even Kalyan I think is 10,000 rupees. I have to go, even Dombivli is 10,000 rupees.
10,000 nowhere it is there.
So then what happens is, it is not that affordable housing demand has gone down. Today, there is no supply. So if there is no supply, in our business, prices, launches dictate sales. So if there is no supply, obviously there will be no demand. I'll give you an example. We just launched in affordable housing 60 to 90 lakh rupee units in Gurgaon, outskirts of Gurgaon. There are 1,000 units. Can you guess how many? And we did applications. Can you guess with 5% payment, how many applications came?
5,000.
150 times. 150 times. That's right. And and nobody was allowed. And we put there, no family can give more than 1 application. You cannot have more than 1 house in the city of Gurgaon. you need to come with a home loan certificate. Only then your application will be accepted. So there is no dearth of demand. The problem is, can I make money with the land cost and GST and all the other things that you mentioned? Can I make my 20, 25, 30% margin by making a 50 lakh rupee apartment? And in my personal opinion, it's a longer discussion. Clearly you can make it. There's no problem. You don't have to make 50 lakhs. Focus on 7, 8, 9,000 rupees, 8,000 rupees, 9,000 rupees selling price. Entire Bangalore, 80% of Bangalore was 9,000 rupees till 2 years back. And they're making a lot of money.
Yeah. Coming back to, recently we had a budget, and all credit to our Prime Minister as well as Finance Minister. They have given exemption up to 12 lakh rupees per person. And suppose today if you see in every family, husband, wife are working, and if the person is 50 plus, then his children are also working. So around 50 lakh, 40 to 50 lakh rupees a year income without tax in a family. That is going to give a real boost to real estate industry, as well as that Swami 2, because Swami 1 also, whether we might think other way around, it may not be that successful, but yeah, of course they have delivered the homes. So Swami 2 will become a big boom. Your views on both these things, as well as that 12 lakh, as well as Swami 2.
So, you said five-side chat is also about being frank. So, first of all, the first point I completely disagree. If you are making homes above 2 crores, 3 crores, then whether I can pay another 3,000 rupees of installment makes no difference. It makes a difference to a person who is leveraging 50% of his income and then buying the home. I am yet to meet a person who says that because now I can pay 2,000 rupees more of EMI, so I have now decided to buy the house. Otherwise, till for 31st of January, I was not buying the house. This is good for sentiment perspective. This is good for a narrative. But I'm not so sure what kind of material impact it has on the ground. You said 4 people in the family, 50 lakhs. I also don't know how many 2 parents and the children working together under the same roof, not having a house, trying to buy a new apartment exists as a theory, given the social dynamics that is happening in the modern cities, which is getting more nuclearized. So I'm not so sure about that. However, it is a very positive thing. I think it is not to drive homes, while it's a NAREDCO conference, so you have to amplify it on the homes, but I think it is more for the rural demand. It is because of the semi-urban demand. It's for the demand of what is happening on the ground level. Because when you give them that, it's not like they were paying 50% tax earlier and now they're paying no tax. The tax before this was hardly some 15% on a weighted average basis. So in hand, the person will have about 8 to 10,000 rupees. 8 to 10,000 rupees will not go towards buying a house, will go towards buying the other things. And it is good. I think the fact that, just to give you perspective, some new stats, so we have some 6 crore taxpayers. And we have another 4 crore people who pay TDS, but don't file income tax return. Okay, approximately. Do you know how many subscribers are there in Dream 11? Paid subscribers. 11 crore. So 11 crore paid subscribers are there on Dream 11, which is one of the sports sites, or sports betting sites. And we have 6 crore people filing an income tax return. Doesn't mean they're paying tax. I may be filing a nil return. And then another 4 crore who are not filing this thing. So I don't think things are as easy, but what tax concessions do is they create an overall nudge towards positive impact from a narrative perspective. That is fine. Second thing, what you were Swami is excellent. I was personally involved in the Swami one. See, it's not about what Swami did on those projects. Obviously, the project that they funded did well. But you cannot take about what they were funded. A lot of people realize that they can go to Swami and get a funding if things really go down. So, because the market turned, a lot of those things were not required. So I think the positive impact of Swami should not be taken vis-a-vis only what they have funded. It should be taken vis-a-vis also what they could have funded but ultimately were not required, because that is again more of a sentiment. Like one of the, not so happy babies of the Indian real estate is, say, Noida, Greater Noida zone. Okay, now that entire zone is completely changed. Completely. There is no, do you know that there is no suburb in Asia of a big city where you can get a 1,000 square feet apartment at $40,000? It is Noida, because it's supremely connected. Now what has happened, because of all this drama, the prices which were there, we had launched projects which have not even come up for possession in 3 years, where the prices have become 4 times. We launched at 3,000 rupees a square foot. Not even Jewar, all the way from Noida to Jewar, that's almost 45 kilometers. That entire belt is being commercialized. We launched at 3,000 rupees a square foot. Today it is trading before possession at 11, 12, 13,000 rupees a square foot. But even then, it is 1,000 square feet apartment, it's a 1 crore apartment. And pretty affordable in the scheme of things.
Thanks to Noida, Greater Noida and NCR, the RERA came into force. Otherwise, see, we are blessed. The positive angle of it is that because of that created RERA. Yeah. So, in Davos, our Honorable Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis sir mentioned that Maharashtra, and I think even Delhi and NCR also a little bit part of Gurgaon, if you see, lost business of tech and talent to Bangalore and Hyderabad due to high real estate cost. Further, he mentioned developing Navi Mumbai as a third Mumbai is the key offering in high real estate, cost effective. Would you like to hear your views on that? Because if you really see, Bombay has become a financial capital, but it hasn't become an IT capital or the young generation, what we talk about today, IT and AI industries. On that, your views.
I personally feel, and there is no doubt in my mind, that what we are seeing in Bombay is once in a 50 years kind of a situation. Let me tell you in the Bombay context, maybe last 25 years if you take, the first part of so-called infra were the Western Express flyovers, when the Western Highway flyovers was built. Then came BKC, then came C-Link, then came your expressway and the freeway express, what is it? It's called freeway and the SCLR and so on and so forth. And the last, what we are seeing now, that is a combination of coastal road and metro. Bangalore has seen this, North has seen this, North and South has seen infrastructure. Unfortunately, Bombay has not seen what infrastructure means. You are seeing the taste of that for the first time now. And the cumulative impact of what we are seeing today is equal to cumulatively what was done in the previous 20 years. Because all global cities are circular in nature. You have a hub and spoke ecosystem, you have extreme ways of public transport, people move from the suburb, come to the center, work, go back. That was never possible in Bombay because it was a straight line with poor connectivity, because the public infrastructure always lagged vis-a-vis the actual demand. That is changing, and for the first time you will see, if I can be on sea face at Kandivali and Dahisar and come to Nariman Point in 20 minutes, which will happen, then why the hell will I pay 1.5 lakh rupees for a seaside apartment in this side, and why will I pay only 10,000 rupees there? It will get equalized.
It has become 30,000 now. Yeah, but still there's a vast difference. Yeah.
It will change. This is completely going to change, and Bombay Pune is going to get integrated. So the reason why people were going to South was not only cost of real estate, it was also quality of people. And whether you get the right kind of people, you will get that from Pune, because it's an education hub and New Bombay and so on and so forth. So ultimately the Bombay Pune, I think, will be much better off than ever from an employment perspective. So if the Chief Minister has made that statement, I completely endorse that.
So understand that HDFC Affordable Real Estate and Technology Program, which is your initiative and very close to your heart, wherein you invest in prop tech firms. Can you throw some light on this initiative and how you see prop tech panning out in Indian real estate sector?
See, we are talking frank. In my opinion, prop tech is ridiculously overrated in India. Everybody talks prop tech just because you have a computer, so you say I'm doing prop tech. There are at least 5,000 companies which are saying I'm doing prop tech. But if you just go into it, most of them are copying the business model to somebody else. Now, if I'm a developer, and we have really broken it down, my team tracks almost some 500 odd prop tech companies. We organize events. We have been doing it for 4 years. The amount of genuine help to me as a developer, whether it is on my sales, whether it's on my construction, or whether it's on any of my other processes, very low. And that is because there is not that much of IP, which explains why the number of teams that have, prop tech companies that have scaled up is very less. So what they are doing, it's more of a market grab. Having said that, in a land of GPT, if chat GPT and so on and so forth, if there is one thing that will not directly get impacted with technology, it is real estate, because you need a house. And the only way technology can play a very big role, which it will, is that now that the euphoria of pricing in real estate over the last couple of years is tapering off, and there's a general understanding that I may not be able to increase my prices by 20% per annum and so on and so forth. So what is going to happen is that more effort will come from the developer world also on efficiency. Can I make the same thing faster? Can I make the same thing cheaper? So technology, for the sake of technology, should not be good. I know instances where a traditional RCC structure is more efficient than maybe doing a steel structure. But I can assure you, we are, anybody at any point of time wants to understand some process of their business as a developer, what kind of cutting edge thing is happening, not only in India, but globally. We are more than happy to hold and help out. We have a 5-member team which only tracks this. This only tracks this. Trust me, if today the biggest problem in real estate in India is quality labor. It is not financing, it is not land, it is not approvals, it is not demand, it's quality approval, quality labor. And quality labor, there is just no labor, which is of the right types. So everybody move to my one shuttering. You're moving to my one shuttering, the quality of labor required is lesser and number of people required is lesser. No, but that is also not enough. You don't have the right quality of contractors. The contractors are not getting paid and this and that. That's another story. But ultimately, it's not like you can 3D print G plus 40 buildings. It doesn't happen anywhere in the world. It is not possible. But with a normal structure, slight more efficiency with the aluminum formwork, maybe some prefab structures, a combination of all this, you can actually make your structures very efficient. And if you have to tomorrow not sell $1 million homes, like what I remember when I came to Bombay in 20 years back, they used to say that 1 crore per bedroom is the cost of a house in Bombay. If you are south of Andheri, 1 crore. That 1 crore is $1 million now. I think Shobit or somebody was saying now the cost of 1 bedroom in south of Andheri is $1 million. So 8 crores per bedroom is the cost of an apartment. So it's become 8 times in whatever period. If tomorrow you have to make a 2 crore apartment and sell it at 30,000 rupees a square foot, okay, forget the redevelopment and all those. And even if you have to do redevelopment and you have to make it efficient, you have to get into process efficiency. Forget, from 4 years, people say, okay, now can I make my house in 1 month or 2 months? From 4 years, make it 2 years first. And then 2 years to 1 year, and then play the game. And nobody wants to buy also, frankly. Like, there was a transaction we were doing, and he said that he can actually complete it in 3 months. He said, I will not be able to sell if I complete it in 3 months and ask for all the payment in 3 months. I want a 2-year period to sell this. So let's be practical about it. I think process efficiency is where technology should be used. It is possible. Technology today is used in sales. I think it has changed how a customer interacts with a developer, how developer interacts with customer. That is one place where technology has played a very big role.
Especially social media.
Social media, I come into this thing and Samita Bachchan is saying, Vipul, welcome. And I'm very happy that you're part of this ecosystem. It's brilliant. It's amazing if something of that sort can happen. Now everything is possible. With DeepSeek and this and that, all those things are possible, and ultimately that is fine. That is, I think, still finding its way. Construction technology, process technology on construction, and some stuff on sustainability and all, but something which makes sense is the order there. It'll happen. And now I think I can see more and more people actually getting into it because the ability to keep increasing prices is getting lower.
I think, I don't know how many of people sitting in this August house seen Niranjan's latest post on Insta. He did 20 push-ups, so he is the youngest in the hall today. Yeah. So, mentioning this, starting from Niranjan Hiranandani, to all next generation youth are here. So, you are, as a veteran real estate sector leader, your advice about future to the next gen.
You are an excellent sector. I don't know any sector in India across where the demand supply is 1:100. Now the only issue is, can I manufacture with a right margin? And that is possible because the three bottlenecks, land, approval and cost of construction. Land is getting changed with the kind of infrastructure that we are seeing. We have not seen, our previous generation has not seen, my generation, previous generation has not seen this kind of infrastructure development in the country. Just forget everything else, just the roads. And that is a direct relation to the amount of land availability. So apart from doing society developments and slum and so on and so forth, there is actually a case for doing horizontal developments in the city of Bombay. I'm assuming a lot of people are from Bombay here. But even then, there is enough and more stuff happening there. Cost of construction will change because the margins will, this thing. If you are able to bring the tech thought process to it and slight more efficiency on finance and everything else, this is probably the best thing to do. But focus on the mid segment, this 75 lakhs to 2 crores, 75 lakhs to 1.5 crores. It is unlimited demand.
Lovely.
I think we are timed out, so over to you, ma'am.
Thank you so much, both of you. Please put your hands together for both dignitaries. Now I would request Mr. Rajan Bandilkar sir to please felicitate Shri Vipul Rongtaji. I would request Mr. Niranjan sir to please come here and join us in dais. Can we have a huge round of applause for Mr. Hiranandani, everyone? Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. As we move on to the next session, without any further ado, let's move on to the next one. Our next session is on decoding budget 2025 and its implication for the real estate sector. Presenting this topic is Mr. Anand Bhatia, partner and practice head at SHBA and Company LLP, and president of Bombay Chartered Accountants Society. Please welcome Mr. Bhatia, sir, everyone, on dais. Can we have a huge round of applause for him? Over to you.
Good evening. This year's budget 2025-26 is what we are going to talk today, especially on some of the implications to the real estate sector. This has been one of the budgets where there has been a high decibel noise around some of the provisions in the budget, especially for individual taxpayers. In fact, when Jai called me, he said that, do you have a PPT that you would like to broadcast? And I told Jai that in this provision, this budget, the provisions are so few and far that I can count on my fingers in terms of what provisions are there in the budget. And from that to filter what are impacting real estate industry was a much easier ball game. But generally you see budget has many changes and less noise, whereas what we had this time is less changes and more noise. Classically because of the unexpected generosity which has been shown for individual taxpayers. The noise is more in our city of Bombay, as Vipul was also saying. Do you know, friends, that Bombay has the highest number of taxpayers in any city across India? And from next year, when the tax slabs will go much higher, Bombay will have 50% of the taxpayers in India. So we are talking about a concentrated economic substance in Bombay from next year once the slab rates also go high, because anyone earning less than 12 lakhs is not going to pay direct income tax. This was the first budget in the Modi 3.0 government. And over the last 10 years, the theme of every budget in the Modi government has been to create infrastructure. If you take the first budget in 2014-15, as a country, we were spending about 2 lakh crores on infrastructure. And if you take the last budget of 2014, we spent about 10 lakh crore on infrastructure. So imagine 5 times jump in 10 years. In comparison to that, if you compare the income tax slab rates, कि एक minimum जब तक मुझे कोई tax नहीं भरना है, was 2.5 lakhs 10 years before, which has now been made 12.5 lakhs, catching up on that 5x thing. So we were spending on infrastructure all these 10 years. Now the fancy is for consumption and for demand to create and drive that growth. We are told that this new slab rates, the government is foregoing 1 lakh crore rupees. And that is something that will be given to the middle class, to the upper middle class, to the lower middle class. Now 1 lakh crore is a big number. But what is also happening is that these slab rates are only available in the new regime. We have the old regime and we have the new regime. So the idea is that all the taxpayers should shift to new regime. And when you come to new regime, you don't have to invest into PPF, you don't have to invest into ATIC instruments, you don't have to invest into NPS. So not just the tax implication of 1 lakh crores, but the forced savings that one used to do will not be required. So the overall liquidity will be significant once we are talking about this change on account of the budget. Apart from enhancing consumption, I think the second theme in the budget was to ease compliances. As a chartered accountant, this was music to my ears. And one day before the budget, you have the economic survey. I don't know how many of you read the economic survey, but to me, the economic survey has more messaging and more insights than the budget. Some years before, we used to have the railway budget. Many of you would be aware, we had a famous chief minister of Bihar who used to generally give that railway budget. Hopefully that has been stopped. But the economic survey is a document that actually sets the ball rolling for the next few years. And the economic survey in no uncertain terms tells that how do we compete in the global economy. The economic survey says that China has different strength. It can grow through the sort of communist regime and the growth that they have. US can go through technology. How does India grow? And the answer that the economic survey gives is that India can only grow through deregulation, in no uncertain terms. In fact, some of the words which I mentioned, the survey is telling the state that get out of the way and let businesses flourish. Or trust first and scrutinize later. Or words like, if a regulator is expecting something from the regulated entities, first the regulator should uphold itself to the same standards. Now those kind of things were never there in our psyche. But if in this hyper-competitive global economy where a person sitting on the other side of the hemisphere can impact our stock markets, we will have to put our act right, and it is only possible through deregulation. So, enhancing consumption and ease of compliance have been the two themes. So Jai told me that, Anandbhai, you have to speak on the real estate sector. So I went on the budget and I did Control F, real estate. It says no results. In the entire budget, there is no mention of real estate. I said again Control F, construction. Entire budget, no mention of the word construction. And I told Jai, you had made so many representations, NAREDCO, CRIDAI, MCHI, and not one provision has been included in the budget. So he said, yes, Anandbhai, you know how we are. So the budget has no direct provision that is impacting the real estate industry. There were aspirations in the pre-budget memorandum for the affordability housing limit to go up, to have various other benefits of infrastructure, status to real estate industry, bank loans available for land purchase and various things, but none of them are there in the budget. So direct implication to real estate, zero. But various indirect implications are there to the real estate industry, which to my mind have a major impact than the direct implications. Because we understand as developers over here that our industry is linked to a large extent on liquidity. There are some industries where demand generation is a problem. But as Vipul also said, in our industry, demand is not a problem. Jai Vetsu proper price per is going to get sold. 1:100 is the supply to demand ratio. But what we need is a liquidity-driven support to our industry. Because of the construction cost, the upfront cost, all of which are there, we need liquidity support. And that is where, whenever it has happened in terms of demonetization, where liquidity was sucked up, or GST, or COVID, or insolvency and bankruptcy, 4 things that affected the real estate industry, we have seen that liquidity crunch has affected the real estate industry. And this budget is wanting to provide liquidity to the sector. And there are quite a few provisions which I got to list down, which provide oxygen to the real estate industry. The first one, and a very interesting provision, is the Urban Challenge Fund. So a new fund is proposed of 1 lakh crores. This is over and above the Swami, but this 1 lakh crore fund, of which 10,000 crore is to be infused in this 1 year, is going to go towards developing cities as growth hubs or creative redevelopment of cities. And 50% of project funding, which will go to enhance the cities, is going to be contributed by this particular Urban Challenge Fund. The second liquidity instrument is the Swami Fund 2. Vipul Bhai and Rajan Bhai also spoke about that. The Swami Fund 1, which is a special window for affordable middle income housing. The Swami Fund 1 was for about 10,000 crores. Swami Fund 2 is proposed for 15,000 crores as a last mile funding initiative. The Fund 1 completed about 70,000 units, predominantly in the MMR region, Delhi region and south of India. The second fund is expected to complete 1 lakh units as a part of the stated objective. I expect that the Fund 1, which was monitored by SBI Ventures as a AIF Category 2 fund, the Fund 2 will also be administered by SBI Ventures as a Category 2 fund. The third funding instrument or liquidity support is by way of an asset monetization plan. We know the Bombay Port Trust land which has been locked with the government, or various other real estate assets which are locked with the government. The idea is to unlock them. Post-COVID, 2001 to 2005, government announced the Asset Monetization Plan 1. And now in 2025, the government has announced the Asset Monetization Plan 2. And the idea is to generate 2,10,000 crores as a part of this asset monetization plan. And you can see a lot of these real estate which is locked across the country in government assets are up for unlocking very soon. A state capex loan. Because of GST, the financing of states have dried up and the center has that corpus available. A 50 lakh crore amount of interest-free loans is proposed for various states as a part of the liquidity. Most of these can come into cities, real estate financing and the likes of it. An important initiative is the tourism boost. Many of you would have heard that 50 towns and cities are to be developed as tourist hotspots. And about 120 new airports under the UDAN scheme are planned. All of these infrastructure can directly affect the real estate sector. And one change which has gone very unnoticed is the status to hotels under the priority sector. So as an industry, real estate has always been asking that real estate should get the category as an industry, because then you get priority sector lending and the lending rates are much lower. But hotels, if they are set up in these 50 tourist states or tourist sites, they will get the benefit of considering as an industry and thereby better availability of financing at a lesser margin and at a lesser promoter contribution. Another area which will directly impact real estate is what they call a national geospatial mission. We have been talking about land records to be digitized. Currently, we have a very fractured way where we have to go to the registrar's office or now to some extent go online and see the Satbara. But again, there are a lot of issues in terms of land records identification, land records mutation, and land records clarity of title. This National Geospatial Mission is where 500 crores have been allocated to make sure that we are able to digitize our land records. Not something that is out there so much, but this is there in the fine print of the budget. In fact, the pilot has already been done in about 35 districts, 6 of them belonging to Maharashtra, and this 500 crore plans over 3 years to digitize the entire land records across India. This is something from the ease of compliance that the budget promises. A very, very interesting concept in the budget is on GCC. Any of you aware about what is GCC? Global Capability Center. What is happening if you see internationally is that Trump wants that Americans should stay in America. Or Europe wants that we don't want migration to come into Europe. But generally commerce goes by talent and cost and not by this protectionist boundaries. So what companies are doing? Companies are coming to India. Companies are coming to Philippines. Companies are coming to Indonesia and setting up their centers over there, and Indians are being hired locally. Those are global capability centers. No need to go to US and work there, work in India, but today's technology and today's communication channel allows you to do the same level of efficiency as you can do there. Perhaps better with the time zone benefit and the language benefit that we have. In my earlier organization, Deloitte, which is world's largest accounting firm, if you look at Deloitte India's contribution to the world Deloitte global contribution, it is less than 2% of revenues. So India doesn't contribute that much. But if you look at employees that Deloitte India has, as compared to Deloitte Global, India has 1,50,000 employees and Global is 4,50,000 employees. So 1/3 of employees are in India, revenue contribution only 2%. Because most of the employees are working on US audits, are working on UK audits. There is no audit today in Deloitte that doesn't have a touch point in India. So India sneezes, the global audit of Deloitte gets affected. That is because of the GCC, which they have set up in Hyderabad. There are about 1700 GCCs right now which are operating in India, and employment is getting generated, commercial real estate is getting generated, and just today morning, Gujarat government announced the GCC policy for 2025 to 2030. Every state will have to now have a GCC policy for encouraging global capability centers in India. No need to go to US, work in India, stay with your family, and get working on US clients. It is expected that by 2030, 100 billion will be the contribution of GCCs. Let me come to some of the other tax provisions. We would have heard that there are a few tax provisions that affect real estate sector. The first one is on the rent. And we heard that earlier, if rent is being paid, TDS has to be deducted. There's a section called 194I. The TDS was to be deducted if the rent paid in the full year was more than 2,40,000 rupees. That was the threshold. What the government did is that that's too small a threshold. If you are paying rent up to 6 lakh rupees in a year, no need to deduct TDS on it. But when you read the fine print, it doesn't talk about 6 lakhs a year. Very important, it's talking about 50,000 a month. So if you are paying up to 50,000 a month, there is no need to deduct TDS. But if you are paying, let's say, 60,000 a month, though it is less than 6 lakhs, you will still need to pay TDS on that 10,000 rupee. So like in our real estate brochures, luxury sea view comes, but when you read the fine print, you get a completely different impression. Similarly, the announcement was 6 lakh rupees per year, but actually it is 50,000 rupees per month. And if you cross that limit, a 10% TDS has to be deducted in that. The second important tax change is what we call as ghost housing. What is ghost housing? The tax laws say, okay, if I have 3 homes and if there is no one staying in that home, which by analogy means there is a ghost staying in that home, I still need to pay tax on the 3rd home. I still not getting rent out of that home because the ghost needs to pay me rent. This was introduced because you cannot keep on owning houses, blocking capital, and not give income tax to the government. So the government said that up to 2 homes, if you can keep without any deemed income. If you have the 3rd home, you need to pay deemed rent, irrespective you getting rent or not. This was always the provision. No change in this 2 house on budget. What is the only change is that earlier, 1 house was anyways exempt. For the 2nd house, I should be staying in a different city for my business, for my employment, etc. And then I used to get 2 houses exempt. This budget says, no such conditions. If you have 2 houses, don't pay deemed rent on 2 houses. No conditions attached. So the 2 remains 2. There is no change, just that the conditions go away. So significant boost about this can come from tier 2, tier 3 cities, where if I own in my name 2 houses, no need for any deemed rent. And in a family of 4, the number can get extrapolated. The third, and perhaps the last of the provisions that can affect the real estate industry is what Vipul Bhai and Rajan Bhai also spoke about, was on the tax slabs. The finance minister also announced the last that we are going to increase it by 12,50,000, no income tax. Now that potentially, including the no requirement of doing forced savings, can really unlock liquidity. Maybe not for the real estate sector, but certainly from the auto sector, certainly from the consumption sector, which will have an indirect impact on the real estate sector. Important to note over here that if you have capital gains, then this 12.5 lakh is not applicable to you. This is only in relation to when you have income from salaries, business, profession, but income at special rate, which is the capital gain at 12.5% or 20%, that you don't get the 12.5 lakh benefit available. So this can really have a multiplier effect. In fact, if you see the real estate stocks, share market on the day of the budget, after this announcement, most of them jumped about 9% on that day because of the indirect liquidity push that can be there. It's a different thing that today they are all 7-8% down with market even today 1,000 points down. But the real estate industry was very receptive to some of these liquidity pushes that came because of the budget. Apart from the budget, I think there are two other changes that came which are also giving liquidity. We saw the RBI Monetary Policy Committee just after the budget reducing the rates by 25 basis points, which basically means that more liquidity in the system and interest rate of all of us will at least go down by 0.25%. And RBI has generally been scaling in a very, very methodical way year after year, quarter after quarter, and this can be the first of a series of cuts that we can see. So 0.25 as a reduction is a significant impact that one can expect. And the second is the primary markets are still buoyant. I remember 5 years before when we were working on various companies and their IPOs, there was no single real estate company that used to come to us for IPOs because the cycle was different. 10 years before, a lot of real estate companies were there because valuations were different, land banks were there. Now if you see, we are seeing real estate capital market issuances as well. It's a different factor now that after the last 1 week, where the market has corrected by about 3,000 points, the feeling is different, but real estate companies also are able to raise resources from the primary capital markets. 3 weeks before, we were seeing that what will grow first? Will the Sensex grow first? Or the gold rate will grow first? Or our dollar will grow first? Because all of them were at about 85,000 range. And the rupee to dollar was about 85 rupees. As we see now, the dollar is at 87-ish. Gold has crossed 85,000. But the market is coming down to about 76,000 rates. But still the frenzy in the primary markets continues to be there. And real estate companies to access that equity capital markets is a much better situation than what was there 5 years before. So the theme of the budget, to summarize, has been liquidity, to provide liquidity, and that is what we have been seeing. I was listening to Vipul Bhai and very positive in terms of the real estate sector and the growth that we are going to anticipate over the coming years. I was seeing an interview of the Japanese chairman of Maruti Suzuki. He had come to India and their new plant has been set up in Gujarat, and he was interacting with the employees just like what we are doing. He was sitting over here and all the employees of Maruti Suzuki were asking him questions. One employee asked him a question that Chairman San, they call San as a respect. When we think about Japanese, as Indians, when we think about Japanese, we imagine Japanese to be very, very methodical, very, very hardworking, very, very to the point individuals. That is our impression of Japanese. But when you as a Japanese look at us Indians, what is it that you feel? What is it that one common characteristics amongst us Indians that defines us Indians? So he took a pause for 2 minutes. And then he says that one thing that I see very, very common, which is very unique, is that all of you all feel that the best is yet to come. That my next 20 years, my next 50 years are going to be better than my last 20 years and my last 50 years as a country. Which is not the case in Japan. They feel that the best is behind them. And now they are on a population degrowth, on a degrowth kind of a thing. But if you talk here, Viksit Bharat, 40 billion over the next 30 years, 1 trillion in terms of every year. Even if you see America, they talk about make America great again. What does again mean? That they think that they were great at one point in time, but now they are not there. Whereas we in India, we feel that the best is yet to come. And that was so impactful. Think about all of us. All of us will have one thing, that the best is yet to come for us. So that is where I echo the sentiment of what Vipul Bhai said. And as an industry, the real estate industry is one that has all the dynamics in its favor. We need to make sure that we get our act right, and the budget, the fiscal policy, the monetary policy are only favoring us. I won't take more time, but thank you so much for a patient hearing and all the very best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, as we move on, I would request Mr. Ashok Monani to please come ahead and join us on stage. Along with him, I would request Mr. Harsh Bansalji, President, NAREDCO, Delhi, to please come ahead and join us on dais to please felicitate sir. It's an indeed pleasure to have Mr. Anand Bhatia here with us. Thank you so much for that comprehensive analysis. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much. All right, without any further ado, let's move on to the next section. Our next session focuses on the AI revolution and its impact on real estate. Presenting this session is Mr. Hari Balaji, partner at E&Y India, a leader in technology consulting and AI-led transformation. Please welcome Mr. Balaji. Can we have him on dais, please? Okay, before we have Mr. Balaji here with us on dais, it's an immense pleasure as we have a new core team member and a leadership here with us. Immense pleasure to announce immense pleasure to announce one more addition to National Nextgen core team, Mr. Pratik Kataria. Please put your hands together for him, everyone. He will be joining us as a Vice President. Congratulations. Heartiest congratulations to Mr. Pratik Kataria. I would also request Rajan sir to please come ahead and join us on dais. Thank you so much. Okay, moving ahead to our next session, focuses on the AI revolution and its impact on real estate, for which we have our next speaker, Mr. Hari Balaji ji. Can we have him on dais, please? Mr. Balaji is not here yet. We're expecting him to reach anytime soon. But before that, we'll move ahead with the next segment, which will be the launch of NAREDCO Nextgen Digital Learning Hub. And for which I would request our management team to please play the AV. An online learning platform designed for young real estate professionals, offering insights into emerging trends, cutting-edge technology, and evolving policy frameworks. The platform will feature a certification program in collaboration with leading institutions, ensuring industry-relevant knowledge and skills.
NAREDCO,
Knowledge partner
in 1998 under the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. Government of India aims to streamline and enhance the Indian real estate sector. Founded with the guidance of Shri Ram Jethmalani, former Union Minister of Urban Affairs and Employment. NAREDCO's current chief patron is Shri Manohar Lal, the Union Minister of
Housing and Urban Affairs. The Governing Council, comprising 6 officials, is nominated by the Chief Patron, acting as a bridge between real estate developers and the government. NAREDCO's primary goal is to promote transparency and ethics in the real estate sector, transforming it into a globally competitive industry. Let's look at the prestigious dignitaries who serve as president for NAREDCO and empower the overall scenario of the Indian real estate sector. Shri G.V. Ramakrishna from 1999 to 2001, Shri V. Suresh from 2001 to 2002, Shri Som Dutt from 2002 to 2007, Shri Rohtash Goyal from 2007 to 2011, Shri Naveen M. Raheja from 2011 to 2013, Shri Sunil Mantri from 2013 to 2015. Shri Praveen Jain from 2015 to 2017. Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani from 2017 to 2021. Shri Rajan Patelkar from 2021 to 2023. Shri Hari Babu from 2023 till date. NAREDCO's hallmark activities. NAREDCO Nextgen. NAREDCO Nextgen aims to empower and engage young entrepreneurs in the real estate and related fields. NAREDCO Money. NAREDCO has founded Money, the women wing of NAREDCO, with the aim of empowering women entrepreneurs and promoting their involvement in the real estate sector and related domains. NAREDCO Finance Committee. NAREDCO has established a finance committee consisting of prominent financial institutions, investment bankers, specialized funds, NBFCs, PEs, lending consultants, and banks. These reflect NAREDCO's commitment to enhancing financial stability within the real estate sector, yielding positive outcomes. NARED, National Institute of Real Estate Development. NAREDCO has successfully conducted its certificate course catering to real estate professionals and stakeholders in enhancing their skill and knowledge of the real estate industry. NAREDCO Jammu and Kashmir Real Estate Summit. This historic summit witnessed the signing of MOUs and development of housing and commercial ventures within Jammu and Kashmir. This conference also witnessed the launch of Jammu and Kashmir Freedom Portal. The conference saw the participation of prominent dignitaries like Shri Hadeem Singh Puri, Honorable Former Minister of Housing and Urban Affairs, Shri Manoj Sinha, Honorable Lieutenant Governor of the Union Territory of Jammu and Kashmir, Dr. Jitendra Singh, Honorable Former Minister of State, Prime Minister's Office, Shri Durga Shankar Mishra, IS Former Secretary, Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Government of India. The buyer-seller interface foster collaboration under a reputable industry banner, facilitating direct interaction between industry leaders, developers, and suppliers for enhanced sales brand visibility, networking, and business opportunities. NAREDCO's supporting activities also includes Global Housing Technology Challenge, GHTC, Indian Housing Technology Mela, IHTM, and other, in which Honorable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, has been the chief guest. NAREDCO has been materialistic in organizing several study tour trainings, conferences, and seminars for India's developers or builders in countries such as Vietnam, Japan, and Dubai. On 26 August 2023, NAREDCO hosted a grand celebration of Silver Jubilee of its 25th year of foundation in Hyderabad. As we gather in Hyderabad, we pay homage to the incredible journey of NAREDCO and the visionaries who have shaped the future of our nation's housing and urban development. The Silver Jubilee celebration was graced by the former Vice President of India, Shri N. Venkaiah Naidu, as the chief guest. He imparted his wisdom and insights and gave a slogan to promote happy, affordable, and healthy housing for all. As a unified voice of real estate, we bring harmony among the real estate sector members while actively shaping pivotal policies and reforms. Serving as a water conduit, we bridge the aspirations of India's real estate industry with the government's vision for a prosperous future ahead.
Lovely, insightful, Amy, lovely. Please, Zordar Tali, everyone. All right, thank you so much. Without any further ado, next we have an exciting presentation by Fujitech, a leader in vertical mobility solutions for urban landscapes. Please welcome Mr. Praveen Yabaji, Branch Manager, Navi Mumbai from Fujitech. Please, sir ke liye bhi zordar taaliyan honi chahiye, everyone. Can we have him on dais, please?
Good evening, everyone. Myself, Praveen Yabaji. I am representing Fujitech elevator company. First and foremost, I'll just say one thing: ki, if you all people are developing and enhancing the real estate, the elevator is the company, and elevator is the reason why there are buildings above 3-story and 4-story. So that kind of importance the elevator has when it comes to real estate. And thanks to the person who has invented elevator and because of whom we have developed and made the real estate somewhere more around 4 or 5 stops. So I'll say कि if you people build home, we are the heart of that property. So that importance of elevator has. So coming to Fugetech, I'll say कि Fugetech is basically a 100% Japanese subsidiary. So the invention, the technology, the everything is Japan made. So this is basically the evolution of elevators that we have. How the evolution of elevators started. It started from 19th century and today we all know where we stand in terms of elevator. This is the history of elevator. If you see, roughly we started our factory in 2010. We are right now in a capacity of supplying, installing and handing over the elevator up to 7 meters per second through India. And we even supply to the nearest Asian countries as well. We have a full-fledged factory in India, which is in Mahindra World City, which is in Chennai. So it is 100% indigenous for you. This is Big Wing, again the tallest test tower in world, which is in Japan. Likewise, we have Big Rise, which is the tallest test tower in India, wherein we have 7 meters per second elevator inside. And of course, we all would like to welcome you to our factory and see the experience center and all those manufacturing facilities we have. So this is basically the factory thing, wherein we have an experience center. So you can visit anytime and you can see the latest development, technology, features, buttons and all what we cater. Then we have a factory warehouse. We have a salvaging machine. This is a unique machine wherein a door making will take only a minute for us to manufacture the doors. Then we have an escalator training center. We have a classroom training. We have other training as well, which is going on in factory. So there's a big acquisition which happened in 2023. We acquired Express elevator and we made it as Fugetech Express, which is right now operating in Gujarat. So these are the other factories that we have globally. We have in USA, we have in Korea, we have in America, we have in Taiwan. So this is the global presence that we have in terms of our elevator manufacturing process. Then this is the end-to-end. I think basically we all know elevator starts from sales, then production, then installation, and finally service, which takes place for another 20-25 years. So this is the sales. Basically, if you see, we have only 2 products, Rexia and Zexia. So the same is being catered to Badlapur and Bandra, all the markets. And there is no up and down in terms of locality. So we maintain the same kind of standard, quality and reliability. This is regarding escalators. We even have escalators. Then this is a destination floor system, which we call it as destination control system. So basically what I'm saying, commercial projects wherein there are too many of elevator bank is there. We can group them and we can have the LOP outside to cater the traffic accordingly. Then this is a production thing. If you see, as I said, we have a top class machines in our world class factory. This is a controller assembly, very precisely done with the Japanese PCBs to be manufactured and done. This is basically an installation process. Then the other thing, if you see, this is a service process which is happening. So service is basically 24/7. So we have a toll-free number, you call, and in half an hour, my person will be there for your rescue. Then a very important thing is remote monitoring system, which happens from India. So it's basically an upgraded system. If you want, we can have a remote monitoring system as well. So these are the few installations that we have in Singapore. This is something global installations example that we have portrayed. We have airports in Canada, Dubai, Vietnam. Then we are in Dubai. Again, these are another few projects which are there. Then these are few of the hotel projects that we have. Like we started with Four Seasons, which is in Mumbai. Then Ritz-Carlton, ICC Marriott, Lee Meridian, Conrad Bangalore. So another few hotels we have like in Amritsar, Cochin, Chennai, Pune, Bangalore. of course, there are malls wherein we are operating, like Forum Vijaya Mall, Pavilion Mall, VR Mall, In Orbit Mall, which is in Bangalore. Then other malls, then residential projects, we are in Kingfisher Tower, which is in Bangalore. So these are all the projects we are right now having our elevators in, like commercial projects as well. So basically, this is about the elevator thing. So thank you all for giving us an opportunity to present about Fujitech, and thank you everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, sir. Please stay back on the stage. We request Mr. Rishabh Siroya, sir, kindly do the honors. We are thankful to our sponsors. Fujitech is the lift partner with NAREDCO. We are already signed up an MOU for a year. So can we have a huge round of applause for Fujitech, the lift partners with NAREDCO. Thank you so much, sponsors, for always coming forward and supporting the programs. All right, thank you so much. I request the console to play the Fujitech AV also next. Can we have the Fujitech AV at the back? रॉल्फ का पीपीटी लगा दे, इसको रॉल्फ का पीपीटी कंसोल पे दे देना। राजन सर से कॉल एवरीबॉडी फॉर द फाइनल डिस्कशन और how much time will it take to call the panel? I'm giving you 5 minutes, okay? Nishi, come. All right. Thank you so much to all the participants. And now is the time for some fun games. I'm sure all of you, first of all, we are really, truly grateful to all the participants, especially to the next gen leaders. You have taken out your precious time out of your busy schedule. Now I request Nishi to play some fun games and the movements. And in next 2 to 3 minutes, we are moving on with our next panel discussion, the most awaited panel discussion with the industry leaders. Thank you so much. Nishi.
Check. Check test. Okay, इसका थोड़ा सा आवाज बढ़ेगा please. Once again, very good evening everyone. I hope you're having a great time so far. Now I'm here with you. I know आज सुबह से बहुत सारी productive बातें हम सुन रहे हैं. I hope you are having fun. नहीं, मैं डरा रही हूँ क्या आपको? हाँ, मैं आपके यहाँ पे ही आने वाली थी sir. Trust me. No worries, but I'll come there also.
So, okay. Nishi, I request you, the first question should be the upcoming next gen leader. Rishabh sir is there. He is the president of NAREDCO Maharashtra. So, answer.
Okay, what are we going to do is, there's one game which is called as हाँ भी हाँ और ना भी ना. थोड़ा सा अभी फॉर्मल बातें हो गई हैं and थोड़ा सा 5 minutes के लिए हमें break है. So we'll do a small activity. Still we are expecting our panelists to be here anytime soon. But before that, just 5 minutes आपके लूँगी. Okay, I will be coming to each one of you, not the each one of you, but जो आंसर करना चाहता है. So the game is very simple. इसका नाम है हाँ भी हाँ और ना भी ना. ठीक है, आपको क्या करना है? आई एम गोइंग टू कम टू यू, आई एम गोइंग टू आस्क यू फ्यू क्वेश्चंस. आपको उसका आंसर हाँ, यस, ना, नो, पॉज लेना, इसमें नहीं देना है. ठीक है, यू हैव टू आंसर इन अ वर्ड. गेट इट? सिंपल गेम है बहुत. I will be asking informal questions, formal, but just simple questions. ठीक है? Okay, who wants to participate first? Let me know.
No one will raise the hand, so I'm going to take the names. I request our vice chairman to start up with and the president NAREDCO Nextgen.
Sir को भी लग रहा होगा कि क्या अभी task.
Yeah, so you already know Mr. Jay Mujaria, right? So let us start the first question with him now.
Sir, I'm really sorry to interrupt you, but then we'll start with the activity. I mean, you're the first one. नहीं, आप एक दूसरे. ठीक है, मैं बता देती हूँ. मैं आपको कुछ क्वेश्चंस पूछूंगी, आपको उसका आंसर हाँ, यस, नो, नाम, पॉज इसमें नहीं देना है. ठीक है, आपको उसका आंसर वर्ड में देना है. ठीक है? Alright. Okay. Hi, sir. Tell me your full name. Can we have one more mic, please? आगे आइए. Yes, sir को अभी टास्क है. अच्छा, it's an immense pleasure as we have Anu sir here. Please, sir के लिए जोरदार तालियां होनी चाहिए everyone.
We all were looking forward to your presence to
so now,
move on
since
with
the time is
the panel
important,
discussion.
we'll quickly move on to the next panel discussion. बहुत सारे लोग बच गए अभी मेरे बड़बड़ से and activity से. All right, but once we have the break again, I'm going to surely start with the same. Okay, without any further, let's move on to the second panel discussion. Our second panel discussion titled Real Estate 2030, Shaping the Future of Urban Landscapes. Promises to be insightful. Moderating this session is Mr. Anush Puriji, Chairman of NAREDCO, a pioneer in real estate consultancy. I would request Mr. Puri sir to please come ahead and join us on dais. Please put your hands together for Mr. Puri, everyone. Lovely. Welcome on dais, sir. As we move on to the next panel discussion, joining Mr. Puri, we have our distinguished panelist here with us. For the first time, I would request Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani ji, Chairman NAREDCO, a visionary leader in Indian real estate, to please come ahead and join us on dais. With him, I would also request Mr. Rajan Bandelkar sir, Vice Chairman NAREDCO, a strong advocate for sustainable growth. With him, I would also request Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal, President of NAREDCO Delhi, a driving force in urban development. I would request him to please come ahead and join us on dais. Along with him, I would request Mr. Kalpesh Mehta, founder of Tribeca Developers, known for his innovative real estate projects. Welcome on dais, sir. With him, I would also request Mr. Vivek Talwar, CMD of NAREDCO, a pioneer in building materials and design innovation. As we have our panelists and moderators here on dais, I would request the audience to please put your hands together for each one of them. Over to our moderator, sir.
Thank you very much. It's an absolute delight to be here, and I've got the industry stalwarts. I saw Niranjan Bhai; he was outside. There he is. He's going to come in. That's Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani, Chairman of NAREDCO, also a big stalwart of the industry. So thank you very much, sir. We've got Rajan. Who's there? He's a dear friend and also a vice chairman of NAREDCO. Mr. Harsh Bansal. When I was looking at the panelist, I said, is amongst the few names in NCR, this is a name that you can trust because difficult to find that word although I belong to that part of the country, but certainly in our fraternity there aren't those many that I can use that word. Trust, and you are one of those that I must say is worthy of trust and relationships that you have developed. He's also the president of NAREDCO Delhi. Here is Kalpesh Mehta. I've seen Kalpesh when he was this much, and now he's this much, and this much getting in there as well. But really someone that one should watch out for, because I do believe is that this is how the next generation of developers need to be. To me, is the right epitome of what the next generation of developers need to be. Very financially disciplined, very mature, not jumpy, clear with what his objectives are, and really bites as much as he can chew. He is someone that we should look out. And Mr. Vivek Talwar, the only person on the panel who has sort of material contribution in terms of a product that he's going to be able to talk. And he has tons and tons of land, and which are a lot more valuable than many of us think to be. Niranjan bhai, I'm going to start the way that we'll put it together. We have about 38 minutes, so we'll make it a little bit more fun as well. Is 2 industry questions, 1 personal question, and so that is how we're going to start. My first industry question is, how do you see the Indian real estate market over the next 5 years?
I think you'll get a 15% compounded growth of real estate year on year for the next 5 years. So you're in the right business at this point of time. So congratulations to all the people who are here. I wish I was young like them, so I would see the best times is yet to come. So I think that's one. The second part of it is that with the growth in infrastructure that you have, I think you'll see a compounded increase of multiple types of real estate. So you'll have residential, you'll have commercial, you have warehousing and industrial, you're going to see retail growth, you will see all this growing and at a multiplier, and you're going to get hospitality. Hospitality will grow at a pace of 50% compounded per rate, provided you can get hotels built so fast. Otherwise, the hotel prices are going to keep on increasing till you will do it, and you will see that happen. So real estate as a total you're going to see, but you're going to see components of real estate also grow equal measure.
My second question is, Niranjan bhai, is that you've seen multiple cycles, and we are in this cycle. I don't know, in this cycle, where we are we at the top, or we are starting to come down, or still the top has to be reached. Clearly, as per you, if it is 15% growth, then the top has yet to be reached. But consider that this is a cycle, having witnessed over the last 3-4 decades, multiple cycle. How would you say is that this cycle is similar or different to the earlier cycles?
I think what has happened is that we are now the fastest growing nation in the world. So unless headwinds from overseas are going to create some problem for us, for instance, there is a person called President Trump. We don't know what he wants to do.
True.
I don't think he knows what he wants to do tomorrow. And the point is very simple, that how do we handle those headwinds? I'll tell you a joke. I was interviewed 2 years ago by NDTV at prime time, and they asked me real estate questions. I answered them very well. And then at the end of it, they asked me, Russia-Ukraine war, what is its effect on real estate? And I said, don't worry about Russia-Ukraine war. It'll get over in 10 days. It went on for more than 2 years.
And still going on.
And it's still on. So now hopefully it'll be over in 10 days after Trump. What I'm trying to say is that we don't know about headwinds from overseas, so we don't have to do it. The second most important thing which has happened, and I must signify that, is that the Reserve Bank of India has finally recognized that we have inflation under control, and food prices are not, they are supply driven, and they are not going to be contained by interest rates. And the reduction of interest rates will bring affordable housing back. So I'm looking at 100 points reduce in the next 1 year. 25 have come down, 75 in the next 1 year from today.
That'll be awesome.
And you will see that will push affordable housing also to come back to some extent, which it has not. So I think dual effect in terms of the future.
And Niranjan bhai, what is the biggest misconception people have about developers?
I think non-delivery is not a misconception. I think so many people have slipped in the past. So I think the misconception is that we are being deliberately cheated by developers. I think that's the misconception. In some cases that may be true, but that is in any line of business. But I think there are many other external factors which have taken place, which are also responsible for failures. But I think RERA has helped to mitigate that misconceptions which have taken place. So hopefully with RERA coming over there, we are in a better position to show to the external world that, we are not that bad.
And so beautifully said is that, and I would absolutely agree with this, is that this is the biggest misconception is that you deliberately delay, or the willingness to give possession is just not there. And as you rightly said, is in many cases it is misconception, in some cases it is also true.
There are few bad people, and because
like
of
in any other industry.
Yeah, like in any other industry, but those few people, bad people, really make bad name for us.
And then one more, if I can take the liberty. I know I said 3, but with you as a stalwart, I do want to ask this, is that if you could go back in time and give your younger self one piece of advice, what would that be?
I don't think I can give him advice. My son will actually give me advice. The innovative ideas which are coming from the next gen today are something unique to be seen. I had gone to Davos and I was sitting on hearing a panel on AI. The amount of change that is going to take place in the next 2 years, 24 months in AI, will affect every business and industry, including real estate, to such an extent that you have never heard before. Easy. And the younger you are, the more I will be able to learn from them. Number 2, social media. If you think at my age of 75, you can understand what social media is about, you're mistaken. You need to pick up somebody below 30 and say, teach me what is social media, and then learn from them what is social media. And I promise you, you're 99% likely to be correct. And when you pick up somebody from 75 looking at social media, you're likely 99% to do it. Because I've got an experience. I spoke some wise statements. I forced it on social media. I got 1,000 hits. In my people who understood social media, who's less than 30 years of age, put it on social media, and I just got 38 million hits.
What?
So you think you are very clever at 75. You're not. You have to talk to the younger people. So my advice to the younger people is keep your bright ideas coming. And teach me what the bright ideas are, and I'd love to learn from you also. So thank you so much about
fantastic, it. Fantastic, guys. Big round of applause on that statement.
Don't listen to the old people with old ideas.
You've made all of us redundant except Kalpesh. Rajan?
Mr. Sarnaik's son over here, and I learned something from sitting next to him also. He told me 1 or 2 things which I learned from Mr. Sarnaik's son. And I'm sure Mr. Sarnaik won't teach me. He won't teach me good things, but I learned from him. When I was standing outside, I learned from him. So it was better to learn from him than his father, the minister.
Rajan, couple of questions. One real estate regulation that we must change. One real estate, Rajan can go on till cows come back home if I was to ask this. That's why I said is one real estate regulation. Otherwise we'll be here till midnight. And
one thing is that approvals, to be very honest, and all these approving authorities under the ambit of RERA. Today everyone is under the ambit except approving authorities.
That's a very good point. I agree with you, Rajan. That I must say is that is absolutely correct. Is that
one more thing? If you,
but Rajan, why doesn't it happen? Because genuinely, I ask you, is that
we are the culprits. क्या होता है कि हम हमेशा ऐसे ही लेके जाते हैं हाथ. जिस दिन तक हम ऐसे हाथ रखेंगे तो सामने वाला सोचेगा देना या नहीं देना. So of course the next gen is there, they are going to do it. What I wanted to answer you is that, what you asked, what is the misconception about the developers? Sir, मेरा वर्जन थोड़ा अलग है. डेवलपर्स का मिसकंसेप्शन ये है कि तुमको क्या कमी है. मतलब अगर किसी को बोले आप डेवलपर है तो पहले तो बत्ती सी दिखाते हैं हमको कि वाह 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 वाह, आपको क्या कमी है, ये दैट इज अ मिसकंसेप्शन.
Rajan, are we heading towards an over-regulation or a more liberalized real estate regime?
I would say no, because we overtook it for granted people earlier. So today some people might feel that we are over-regulated, except for the approval point of it. But as an home buyer, you see.
बोलो ना corruption बढ़ गया है, सीधा बोलो ना, तुम आप indirectly क्यों बोल रहा?
सर करप्शन चले गया, अभी एक्सटॉर्शन आ गया, करप्शन तो निकल गया. इसको डिलीट कर देना भाई, वरना कल से मेरी हालत खराब है वैसे ही. Yeah. No, what we are going to tell them, we are going to suggest them, make it official. So at least nobody knows. See, today what happens, we are only feeling the brunt of it. Once it is official, then there is no problem at all. You make it official, so everybody knows that this is part of your business. Yeah. Yeah. The person who receives, he pays income tax. Yeah.
Rajan, is consolidation in the real estate developer community still going to continue?
See, sir told कि what you would tell next generation. तो I know छोटी मुँह बड़ी बात, क्योंकि सर के बाद अपन बोलना गलत है. But one thing what I want to tell everyone, don't overtrade. Anything over is always a bad. Today I have increased my weight. I know how much I am trying to lose it. The same is in business. Anything over is always bad. Don't do over, don't cross your limit. मराठी में एक कहावत है कि हांतरून बघून पाय पसरावे. मतलब how much is your bed, that only you should. Otherwise your leg falls on the ground.
Very true. Rajan, now, one lesson in your life that you learned the hard way.
झूठ कम बोलो, झूठ नहीं बोलो ऐसा नहीं बोलता हूँ, लेकिन झूठ कम बोलो, जितना होता है उतना सच बोलो. Because truth is always bad or bitter, but for the moment it is bad or bitter, but in the long run it is always beneficial.
Yeah, absolutely correct. I agree with that. Right, and finally, one city in the world whose real estate market you wish India could ape.
Sir, I am in Thane. So every developer wants to be in Thane. So I started from Thane. So I think practically you name the developer and he is there in Thane. So I am very contented, very happy. और second thing, मैं हमेशा लोगों को बोलता हूँ, अपने गली में कुत्ता भी शेर होता है. तो वैसे ही डेवलपर अगर उसके एरिया में है, वो शेर है. तो दूसरे के राह में जाकर अपन शेर वहाँ पर, I don't want to complete it. उसके बजाय अपने गली में शेर ठीक है.
Nice. Harsh, what is the biggest shift in home buyers' preferences pre-COVID and post-COVID?
फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आपने कमेंट किया कि दिल्ली एनसीआर में ज़्यादातर लोग रिलायबल नहीं हैं, तो मैं कहूँगा ये एक अपॉर्चुनिटी थी जिसकी वजह से रेरा आया. जैसे सर ने बोला, अगर नोएडा में ऐसी कंडीशन नहीं रहती तो रेरा कभी नहीं आता. तो थैंक्स टू नोएडा कंडीशन जब रेरा आया, एंड अमिताभ कांत की रिपोर्ट ने उसको फिर इम्प्रूव किया. एंड रेरा देखिए क्या है, व्हाट द रेरा विल मेक. रेरा हमें रेगुलेट करेगी. जैसे हमारे पास बहुत पावर है, अगर उसको हम कंट्रोल एनवायरनमेंट में सही डायरेक्शन में लगाएंगे तो वो अच्छे से काम करेगी. अगर वो सही कंट्रोल एनवायरनमेंट में नहीं है तो वो वेस्ट हो जाएगी. तो जैसे अगर आप देखें, इंडिया की जो स्टॉक मार्केट है वो सेबी से ही रेगुलेटेड है. अगर आप इमेजिन करो, अगर सेबी ना हो, डेली सुबह 10% का जो लगता है, 5% का लगता है, वो ना लगे तो कहाँ से कहाँ स्टॉक एक्सचेंज बोल जाए, कलेप्स हो सकती है.
करेक्ट.
सिमिलरली रेरा आई थिंक इज ए बिगेस्ट अचीवमेंट और अपॉर्चुनिटी जो नोएडा की वजह से आई. मैं पर्सनली बड़ा होपफुल हूँ कि रेरा की वजह से हमारी इंडस्ट्री बहुत रेगुलेट होगी, ग्रो करेगी. और मेरा एक सपना है, एक दिन ऐसा होगा रेरा की वजह से कि जब हमारा अलॉटमेंट लेटर जो है देने के बाद बायर को होम लोन के लिए कोई ड्यू डिलिजेंस नहीं करना पड़ेगा। जब मैंने किसी को अलॉटमेंट लेटर दे दिया, इट मीन्स वो अलॉटमेंट लेटर मैं तभी दे सकता हूँ जब मेरी पूरी कंप्लाइंस पूरी हुई है। तो मेरे अलॉटमेंट लेटर में लिखा 36 मंथ में पोजीशन है तो है, मेरे अलॉटमेंट में लेटर लिखा इतना कारपेट एरिया है तो है, मेरे अलॉटमेंट में जो कंडीशंस लिखी हैं वो पूरी है, तो उसको दोबारा ड्यू डिलिजेंस करने की क्या जरूरत है? व्हाई ही इज आस्किंग फॉर टाइटल एंड हिस्ट्री एंड ऑल? रेरा ने चेक कर लिया है, मैंने पूरा कंप्लाई किया हुआ है, अगर मैंने अलॉटमेंट लेटर दे दिया तो जो इसमें लिखा वो सच है, तो दैट विल हैपन।
And you know, Harsh, I completely agree with you is that RERA is actually a boon to the industry.
Absolutely.
You know, पहले जब आया था RERA, तो it was like everybody said it's a gift from Noida to the rest of India. And you know, as we continue to navigate it, today we realize that this is the biggest boon that the industry has had because people have started to become disciplined. Otherwise, as Niranjan Bhai said, is that there were few bad apples and people were seeing how the bad apples were flourishing. And so everybody was starting to move towards that direction. So I agree with you. जैसे आपने सेबी का भी एग्जांपल दिया कि वो रेगुलेटर आया तो स्टॉक मार्केट देखो कैसे चढ़ा।
Yes. अब मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ, इवन गुड़गांव में डीएलएफ ने भी लो राइज फ्लोर बनाने शुरू कर दिए थे बिफोर रेरा, एंड उनको लगता था कोई ग्रुप हाउसिंग पे बिलीव ही नहीं करेगा कि मेरी डिलीवरी कब होगी, एंड दे स्टार्टेड देयर प्रीशियस लैंड इन कन्वर्टिंग देम G+3 और G+4। अब वापस पीपल आर नाउ कमिंग बैक टू ग्रुप हाउसिंग बिकॉज अब लोगों को दोबारा कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया, जो लिखा है वो मिलेगा, जो स्पेसिफिकेशन है मिलेगी। मुझे लगता है इट्स ए बिगेस्ट एडवांटेज या बिगेस्ट यू कैन से अचीवमेंट फॉर आवर जनरेशन कि रेरा जो है हमारे को बहुत सही डायरेक्शन में लेकर जाएगा।
My question: biggest shift in home buyers' preferences pre-COVID and post-COVID.
Yes. I will say post-COVID लोगों को लगने लगा है कि हमें जैसे अर्लियर 3 bedroom 2 toilet एक इन्वेंट्री होती थी, तो 3 bedroom 2 toilet इन्वेंट्री अब ऑब्सोलीट हो जाएगी बिकॉज हर एक को एटलीस्ट टॉयलेट तो अपना चाहिए, हर एक को अपना स्पेस चाहिए, हर एक को वर्क फ्रॉम होम चाहिए। तो बिगेस्ट शिफ्ट लगा कि हमें स्पेस थोड़े बड़े चाहिए, वी नीड यूटिलिटी बालकनी, कल को मेड नहीं आएगी तो हम अपना मैनेज कर पाएँ, हमें वर्क फ्रॉम होम भी चाहिए, हमें टॉयलेट्स ज़्यादा चाहिए, उसके अलावा हमें लाइफस्टाइल चाहिए। गेटेड कम्युनिटी के अंदर ही हमें क्लब फैसिलिटी चाहिए, हमें जॉगिंग चाहिए, हमें वॉकिंग चाहिए, हमें टेनिस चाहिए, जिसकी वजह से ग्रुप हाउसिंग में दोबारा से शिफ्ट आया है। एंड थैंक्स टू कोविड ये जो है जो बड़ा शिफ्ट है कि भी वी स्पेंड मोर इन होम इंस्टेड ऑफ यू कैन से कार और मे बी द फॉरेन ट्रैवल, वी स्पेंड मोर इन लाइफस्टाइल, वी स्पेंड मोर इन स्पेस।
Harsh, I've known you for many years and you have done exceptionally well on the retail side. And you know, retail, yet if you were to speak with the global investors, you know, it is a bad word because they believe is that the online digital space is and will completely disrupt. Yet you believe in physical retail.
I think physical and online both will go side to side or hand to hand. We have recently seen it is reverse actually. The people who were selling online, the D2C,
are wanting to
everybody wants to come to the mall and everybody is ready to pay higher rental because the D2C guy, they know where the pin code studies there. They know the Washi, they have so much of clients. In the Bandra, they have so much. I'm sorry, मेरे को बॉम्बे के जगह नाम मालूम नहीं है. But in terms of Delhi, द्वारका में लोग कहाँ रहते हैं, रोहिणी में लोग कहाँ कितना बाय करते हैं और किस किस एरिया में क्या प्रोडक्ट कितना बिकता है, दे नो बेटर देन द डेवलपर। तो वो हमारे मॉल्स में अब आ रहे हैं और हम काफ़ी सारा बड़ा शिफ्ट अब D2C में दे रहे हैं। तो ऑनलाइन हमारे लिए तो बड़ा एडवांटेज है। ठीक है, जेप्टो ब्लिंकिट ने हाइपर मार्केट को ख़त्म किया है, बट देर आर मैनी अदर यू कैन से वर्टिकल मैनी अदर फॉर्मेट्स और मैनी अदर प्रोडक्ट्स। सीधा F&B में कितना बड़ा जंप आया है। सीधा you can say entertainment industry other than cinema, the entertainment industry, beauty, you can say the watches, there are athleisure, many things which are now you can say online होने के बाद भी लोग offline लेना चाहते हैं, experience करना चाहते हैं। और celebration, if you see our Vegas mall, celebrate life is our logo slogan, you can say everybody is coming to mall to celebrate their smallest you can say happiness in their life, the birthdays, the anniversary, or even meeting and you can say greeting people.
And Harsh, for you, this is a successful segment of real estate.
Of course, I think it is more successful than residential. Real estate, I agree with the chairman, sir, that all the vertical of real estate is now successful. See, the retail is most successful. If you are able to keep the retail, our average rental have, you can say, for the last 3-4 years 40 से 50% बढ़ गए हैं. 200 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट से अब हम 300 रुपये स्क्वायर फीट एवरेज पर आ गए हैं. तो रिटेल बहुत बढ़ रहा है, हाइपर मार्केट छोटे हो रहे हैं. इसका एडवांटेज मिला है. मुझे 38,000 स्क्वायर फीट हाइपर मार्केट की जरूरत नहीं है, उसकी जगह मैं D2C के 38 पीपल लगा रहा हूँ. तो जो मुझे 38 लाख मिल रहा था उसकी जगह मुझे 3 करोड़ मिल रहा है. तो अपॉर्चुनिटीज बहुत हैं रिटेल में. सिमिलरली द ऑफिस बिजनेस, अगर आप देखेंगे जिस तरीके से कंपनीज इंडिया में आ रही है तो कमर्शियल बिल्डिंगें बूम कर रही हैं. रेजिडेंशियल का तो कोई मुकाबला ही नहीं है, कितना बड़ा ग्रो कर सकते हैं. हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने बोला है कि हमें 1 करोड़ घर हर साल चाहिए, और किस तरीके से डेवलपमेंट आ रही है. इवन हेल्थ केयर अभी किसी ने बात नहीं की है. मैंने अभी मेदांता से साइन किया दिल्ली में. मेदांता मेडिसिटी, आई एम कमिंग विद मेडिसिटी दिल्ली, डॉक्टर त्रेहान के साथ में साइन किया. They are paying me rental at the rate of 100 rupees per square feet. Can you believe this? Plus RS top of that. तो हेल्थ केयर, होटल, एजुकेशन, आप किसी भी वर्टिकल की बात करो, वेयर हाउसिंग, डाटा सेंटर, you name any vertical, everything is growing like at least 30-40%, as Chairman sir was saying.
Harsh, my last question to you is, अगर आपको Indian real estate in the year 2030, मैं बोलूँ आप 3 वर्ड में डिस्क्राइब करो, क्या वो होंगे?
आई थिंक जैसे सर ने बोला कि बहुत फास्ट चेंज होने वाला है.
3 वर्ड में.
हाँ, टेक्नोलॉजी बहुत फास्ट चेंज करेगी. हमें प्लानिंग में ज़्यादा टाइम लगा के अच्छी कंस्ट्रक्शन करनी चाहिए, क्वालिटी कंस्ट्रक्शन करनी चाहिए. हमें स्किलिंग अच्छी करनी चाहिए. हमें ओन से, मैं थोड़ा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. हम लोग स्किलिंग की बात करते हैं NAREDCO में, तो स्किलिंग मीन्स एक सर्टिफिकेट है, एक वो है, वो नहीं. आप छोटे छोटे साइट पर बेसिक लोगों को सिखाएंगे, वो भी काफ़ी है. तो 3 वर्ड में अगर आप देखोगे तो रियल एस्टेट जो है उसका आर भी इतना बूम करने वाला है कि हम सब लोग एक सही इंडस्ट्री में. एक कॉन्सेप्ट से मैं एग्री करता हूँ सर के कि हमने ये कॉन्सेप्ट गलत है कि नेक्स्ट जन को हम या बूढ़े लोग सिखाने बैठे हैं. एक्चुअली ये उल्टा होना चाहिए. यंग जनरेशन को डायस पे होना चाहिए, और जो सब सीनियर वाले हैं नीचे सीखने के लिए बैठने चाहिए.
आयो सर आप.
तो ये सही तरीका है. यस, नेक्स्ट टाइम ऐसा ही करना कि यंग वाले बैठे और आपने वो क्या नेगेटिव नहीं बोलेंगे, वो बोलेंगे आपने किया, बहुत अच्छा किया, बट अगर आप हमें सपोर्ट करो तो हम फर्दर इसको और बेटर कर सकते हैं.
बहुत अच्छा बोला हर्ष. ये नहीं बोलेंगे वो कि आपने अच्छा नहीं किया होता तो ये बनता थोड़ा.
मैं बोलता हूँ आप सब लक्की हो. मैं अपने बेटे को बोलता हूँ, बेटे को साथ लाया हूँ कि आपके पापा जो है एक कंस्ट्रक्टिव बिजनेस में है. देश को हम जो है GST भी दे रहे हैं, रोजगार भी दे रहे हैं.
बिल्कुल ठीक.
और हम जो है ना फार्मा कंपनी चला रहे हैं, ना हम पान मसाला कंपनी चला रहे हैं, ना हम टबाको कंपनी चला रहे हैं, ना हम पुलिस में काम कर रहे हैं. हम सही जगह पे काम कर रहे हैं. एक मैं छोटा सा एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जैसे आपने पूछा कि रियल एस्टेट वालों से क्या लोग डरते हैं. आप किसी से दिल्ली में बात करो मॉल, तो ऐसे देखता मॉल डेवलपर कितना लूट रहा है भाई ये लोगों को. पर एक्चुअली ऐसा है नहीं, ये उल्टा है. अगर आप एक मॉल की बात करो, मैं एग्जांपल देता हूँ वेगस का. वी पे 100 करोड़ GST एवरी ईयर इन अ मॉल. हमारी 1500 करोड़ की साल की वहाँ पर सेल है. अगर यही 1500 करोड़ चांदनी चौक पे रहती तो 10 करोड़ भी GST नहीं आता, बिकॉज वहाँ 90% काम कच्चे में रहता. डिलीट कर देना इसको. तो मॉल में सब काम पक्के में रहता है.
अब गया जमाना, अब UPI आ गया.
दूसरा, एक मॉल में 5000 लोगों को काम मिलता है. वेगस मॉल में डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट 5000 पीपल काम करते हैं. एंड ओवर एंड अबव दैट 1 करोड़ लोग हर साल वहाँ सेलिब्रेशन करने आते हैं. जो काम गवर्नमेंट को करना चाहिए था, सेंट मार्क स्क्वायर बना के, थेम्स रिवर बना के, तो वो काम प्राइवेट डेवलपर कर रहा है.
So if you summarize 3 words क्या होंगे?
अब सारे वर्ड्स ये जितने मैंने बताया आपको. तो वी आर वेरी हैप्पी. हमारे जो नेक्स्ट जनरेशन जो बच्चे हैं वो सही जगह पर है, सही टाइम पर है. एंड आई विल से कि इसमें सबसे बड़ा रोल हमारी करंट गवर्नमेंट का है. हमारा जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर का विज़न है, जो बात करने का तरीका है, जो हमारी रिस्पेक्ट बढ़ी है, उससे पहले हम गरीबी हटाओ गरीबी बचाओ तक ही थे. इससे ऊपर हम चले गए हैं. एंड वेरी सून हम इंडिया के वर्ल्ड के 2nd-3rd नंबर पे आने वाले हैं. तो रियल एस्टेट इज द राइट रेट, राइट बिजनेस, राइट टाइम.
Kalpesh, that leads me to you very well. As we've heard Niranjan Bhai, we've heard Rajan, we've heard Mr. Bansal, all very excited, right place, right time, right industry. What can go wrong?
I feel wrong speaking after such seniors, but what I have seen in my MBA in real estate and finance, and also in my relatively short career compared to these guys, is that the real estate cycle is fairly predictable. You have, let's say you start with the good times and they get better, and there is overbuilding and there's oversupply, and that's when debt starts going crazy. It's always debt, sir, that I feel creates a bubble. And then there is some external shock. It could be anything. Geopolitical, something internal. Once the debt bubble bursts is when, things start coming down. And this is what I've seen over and over again. Right now, I feel we're far away from that. There are some concerns I hear about, oversupply coming in and pricing going nuts. But the big difference this time is that there isn't a debt bubble.
That's true.
Lending hasn't gone crazy. So we've got a long way to go. There will be something that goes wrong. It always does in every sector, in every part of the world, including in real estate.
But in the foreseeable future, you don't see.
I think we're far, far away from it because developer balance sheets are finally very, very good. And sales, customers are what's been financing this growth. And I don't see a debt bubble on the horizon forming right now.
Kalpesh, you've been amongst the first guys, who bought branded residences into India. I don't know how many of you know is that Donald Trump, the Trump Towers was actually introduced in India by Kalpesh. So he was the one who bought the Trump Towers in India across, Calcutta, NCR, Bombay, Pune, and many other cities that you see is, that is what Kalpesh did introduce. My question is that are these branded residences here to stay? And has it moved away from tier 1 cities into tier 2 cities?
So I think short answer is branded residences I think are here to stay. Just to give you some numbers, Anuj, even before we signed these new deals, just before the presidential election, India had become the largest market for Trump-branded properties outside of North America.
Oh, really?
And with, so we already have 4 and we're doing 5 more, right? So with 9 Trump Towers, India will have more Trump projects than in any other country in the world except the US.
So we'll get some tariff benefit?
We'll get some. And a shameless plug, Tribeca is the largest developer of Trump-branded properties in the world after Donald Trump. So I've been a big believer in branded residences. I think they are here to stay. It just depends, right, which brand it is and how the brand is curated. I think a lot of other brands came into India, they tried.
I agree.
Did not work for various reasons. I think the right brand developer fit is important. A lot of brands sort of maybe had the wrong partnerships. The project never took off. That they didn't get delivered.
Would they go into tier 2 now? Or is it a little while away?
You will start seeing some of the tier 2 brands going into tier 2, but like a Trump would not, go into tier 2 at this stage.
Kalpesh, can housing become a service model rather than a traditional ownership-driven industry?
It's a very interesting question. I don't know if you know, but I'm a co-founder. I have a co-living company called Houser, right? It's small, but 5,000-7,000 beds. And what we're doing, the central thesis behind Houser was that our TG, which is millennials and Gen Z, can only afford about 200 to 250 square feet of space. That is their paying capacity. But almost nothing, there's no real estate in India, residential real estate, that is built for this TG, right? So what they end up having to do is, get together 2, 3, 4 friends, go look for apartments to rent. Obviously, nobody wants to rent to bachelors, so they get bottom of the barrel inventory pick. So they get crappy apartments on rent. Then they furnish it, and then they have to, cooking, cleaning, maid, all of that. So they go from, and you know how bachelors are, so they go from working, into a college hostel to a working hostel, right? And for this generation, every other area of their life, product and services have gone up to, global levels. They work in Class A office buildings. They take nice holidays, stay in nice hotels in Thailand, Dubai, etc. They eat in nice restaurants. They have fast fashion. Everything has gone up, except when they come home to live, that's still unfortunately stuck.
True.
So that was the bet behind Hauser. And what we're doing now is we're doing build to suit. And you guys would be surprised as to the yields we're getting. In residential real estate, our first project is coming up in Marol, about 200 square foot studio apartments, and we'll get 6.5% residential yields.
Wow.
That we will sell retail at, right? So the developer yields are much higher. So look, there's a huge generation that only needs 200 and 250 square feet. They won't buy this space, right? So somebody has to finance it. Somebody has to build it, which means it has to be financeable. And there is almost zero supply. The demand for this is unlimited. And if you can crack the negative yield that's always existed in residential real estate.
This is a big thing, yeah. All private equity will start to come
correct. I think for the first time, multi-family, residential REITs may be possible, right? Yeah. If I can sell retail at 6.5,
it's worth it.
I'm building at 8-9, which means a REIT is within reach. So I think it's the servicization it exists everywhere in the world, right? This rental housing for single people exists everywhere in the world except India because of this negative yield, which I think we're crossing over.
And it is a big asset class, by the way. Globally, it is a very, very big asset class. I mean, I met up with the global head of Blackstone, John Gray, and I asked him, how is the office market doing? And he said is that globally, they are a single-digit percentage investor in offices. I thought Blackstone was only about offices. He said, we are a single-digit percentage in office. It is exactly what Kalpesh is saying, is it's multifamily homes that they are investing in. And it is such a big asset class. Blackstone is about $1 trillion in investment. And more than 50% is invested in exactly the product that Kalpesh is saying, is that multifamily homes. And if he's able to demonstrate that to the retail investor, it's going to be 6.5%. His developer yield will be, 8, 9, 10%. So it is a retailable product at a developer level. Harsh mentioned is that the previous generation, which is largely sitting on this dais, has done very well. But there are mistakes. You have the privilege of having seen many of us perform and, many of the youngsters now coming into business. What would you say is that the one mistake that this generation, again, they've done 9 very good things. I'm not by any means saying is that India has progressed, we are whatever, number 4, 5 globally today. So there are 9 very, very good things that this generation does. One thing in your opinion, Kalpesh, that they could have done better?
I wouldn't quite frame it as what they could have done better, but I will frame it as the one gap that they left out, which created the opportunity for players like Tribeca, was the following, right? So when I came back to India from the US, I was with Lehman and I'd done New York real estate. And when I came back, I saw that the product quality in India was, not at New York standards, for example, right? We were paying close to New York prices, the product quality wasn't there. And there was a very clear sort of reason for that, which is if 20, 25 years ago, you wanted to enter real estate, you had to know land and you had to know approvals and you had to, know that, all of that well. And so as a developer, one had to become an expert at those things. And then, you're so much time, effort, energy, and resources go into doing that by the time you're out of that, it leaves very little energy and effort for product innovation. And that's where I said, we'll come in. Tribeca won't do anything, won't do the hard work on land because there are people who've been doing it for decades. But I think the product shift, the bet for Tribeca was that product will become as important a skill set as land, and we focus just on that and create a business around that. So
great. Yeah. Coming to you, Vivek, what is the biggest material innovation that we've seen in the recent times? What is the biggest material innovation?
What's happened is that, as you would know, I make tiles and we deal in marble. The quality of the tiles, the look, the feel, and the size of the tiles is made it so that the need for marble is going away, because it's very difficult even to look at tiles and know if it's laid, whether it's a tile or a marble. In fact, just outside Bansal Saab thought that the marble on the walls was tiles. I say, it's not tiles, it's marble.
It is marble.
And we had supplied it, it should look like tiles.
If you could reinvent one product in your industry, what would it be?
That's a difficult question. So, if we could figure out a way by which we can make the tiles that we are manufacturing now are only on the surface. So if you go through, you know it's a tile. So if we can make it take the veins through the body, that innovation is coming.
Like engineered wood, right?
It's like engineered wood. And
that is very nice, very nice. So take the vein in the body.
Take it through so that you can polish either side and it's the same product. Then who's going to buy marble? And we'll be able to sell it at 1/10 the price of marble.
Vivek, if you were to relive NAREDCO, what is one change that you would make?
We grew just too fast. And then we had a major incidence of getting raided. So I don't know whether I would consider that to make a change, but to make sure that I was alert to grow my team, keeping with the growth that the company was achieving. So when we put up a tile plant, it was a plant of 100 crores, and we were a 10 crore company. And the company grew at a CAGR of 40%. So we were 700 crores, but I was still running it with the team that was with me when we were 10 crores. I should have realized to keep upgrading.
Big thing, absolutely, I agree.
The team, as is a Peter principle, that each person reaches his optimum level and you have to keep getting better people.
And finally, before we open it up to the audience to ask a question is, if you were given a choice to have dinner tonight with any 3 people in the world, who would they be?
One is Donald Trump.
That Kalpesh can facilitate.
In the company of Elon Musk.
Oh, nice. So 2 people, 1 more you need.
And to have a laugh on would be Kamala Harris.
Nice. Guys, very happy for you to ask questions. I mean, we've got such an eclectic panel here. Feel free, if you've got any questions, raise your hand, just introduce yourself and direct it to any of the panelists that you would want to ask the question to. You're not going to get this opportunity to be able to ask. Whilst we wait, there it is, one youngster at the back, if you can pass on the mic. Just introduce yourself and let us know whom do you want to ask this question to.
Yeah, hi. So my question is to Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani. Anuj Puri sir, I'm a big fan of yours. I saw you in the newspapers when I was a kid. So yeah, good to see you guys. My name is Sagar Vesavadia and I'm a real estate influencer and I own a company named Dream Properties. So my question to you is, Niranjan sir, I have visited London, I have visited Dubai. So what are we doing so that we can make the elevation and all these kind of buildings which are there in international countries in India?
There is nothing that we cannot do. So when you see elevations of buildings worldwide, we have made almost everything that is made overseas in India today. The only question is cost consideration of different sorts of elevation for different product uses that we do. So even in the case of, say, glass buildings, we've calculated that in some of the things, the concrete building walls are more efficient and sustainable and energy effective than glass buildings. But the customer wants the glass buildings. So we make glass buildings for them. If they want it in that way, we will do it. But if you want sustainable, then we will do that. So it's not that we cannot make it. So if you see some of the buildings, even in BKC and various places that we have made, all the buildings are made world class. Now the question is, can we make it at the price at which it would be sold and effectively be able to get that? So that's where the trump comes in, and actually you'll be able to get a price which is a premium to the other place. And if you get that premium, then obviously there is nothing that you cannot make in India now which is there. There are some materials which are still not available in terms of cladding and other things, which we have to import. But barring that, everything is available in India and we'll be able to do it, or you can import it and there is there. So give me an elevation, we can make it for you.
That is very encouraging.
Not a problem at all.
Very encouraging.
Anything that you want. Whichever client wants it, we can give it.
Thank you, guys. I've been told that time is out, so my apologies. We're not going to be able to take more questions, from the audience. But a big round of applause to our panelists here this evening. Thank you very much. And then I hand it back to you.
Thank you so much to all dignitaries. Now I would request Mr. Ashok Mohanani to please come ahead and felicitate our moderators. I would request all dignitaries to please stay back at the stage. I would request Mr. Ashok Mohanani to please come ahead and join us on dais to please felicitate Mr. Anush Puri ji. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? Now it's an immense pleasure to invite Ms. Smita Patil ji. I would request her to please come ahead and join us on dais to please felicitate Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani ji. Thank you so much. Now I would request Mr. Rajesh Doshi ji to please come ahead and join us on dais to please felicitate Mr. Rajan Bandelkar ji. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Mr. Vihang Sarnaik ji to please come ahead and felicitate Mr. Harshvardhan Bansal ji. Thank you so much. Now I would request Mr. Hari Babu ji to please come ahead and join us on dais to please felicitate Mr. Kalpesh Mehta ji. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Mr. Pratik Kataria to please come ahead and felicitate Mr. Vivek Talwar ji. Do we have Mr. Pratik Kataria here with us? I would request Mr. Hari Babu sir to please come ahead and join us on dais and to felicitate Mr. Vivek Talwar ji. thanking all our esteemed dignitaries for being here on dais. It was a pleasure having you all. Did we have the group picture? They clicked or no? Okay. I would request dignitaries to please come ahead for the picture. Right after the group picture, we'll be moving ahead with the next session, which will be the K-Nest AV that has to be played. Also, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you so much. I would request management to please move ahead for the K-Nest AV. Those who are standing outside, I would request you to please take your seats. Those who are, standing on the back side, please take your seats. Be seated, make yourself comfortable. We'll be moving ahead with another.
Dear participants, the minister, sir, will be arriving in soon. So I request all the participants to stay back in the conference hall. Minister, sir, our chief guest for the evening will be here in next 2 to 3 minutes. So everyone is requested to please maintain the decorum and take your seats. Thank you. Mr. Rolf, stage is all yours.
As we have the K-Nest AV on the screen, right after this, we'll be moving ahead with the next presentation by Mr. Ralph.
Planning, failing, the fighting back, doing it all over again every day for years and generations.
Can I please request everyone to please settle down, make yourself comfortable and be seated?
When we work for the future.
Because you are standing, that's why.
K-Nest Aluminium Formula, an endeavor
minister
to
is here.
revolutionize construction. Anchored by state-of-the-art.
Pleasure to be here at NAREDCO Nextgen. K-Nest has been working very closely with NAREDCO, and we will continue to work very closely. We are absolutely grateful to all the developers in the room and the partners who've been supporting us consistently. So, as we know, K-Nest is located in Talegaon, which is in Pune, not very far from Mumbai. We definitely hope that you've at least seen our factory once. If not, please do have a look. It's a state-of-the-art factory, which is completely automated now, and we're close to about 95% automation and growing. We all know that traditionally construction was done in wood. I was in Davos with Mr. Niranjan, and we're realizing that sustainability is the key for the future. And if we do not be sustainable, it's not going to make viable sense, especially if you're going to damage our own environment. So construction that used to take really long, I would say not too long ago, is now moving to aluminium formwork to reduce time, to also ensure that we have safer, more earthquake-resistant structures by the use of aluminium formwork. So just a few examples. It now takes close to about less than 10 days for construction of a floor slab using aluminium formwork. Why use it? Because it's not only cost effective, there are a lot of benefits, as you can see, multiple uses of aluminium formwork, as well as a huge return on investment. The best way to go green is to avoid usage of the environment, the trees for construction, use aluminium formwork. It's the greener way. We're not just doing aluminium formwork. Like Mr. Niranjan mentioned, we are also moving into technology, and we're absorbing and also learning artificial intelligence and generative intelligence. So some of the technologies that we use is we have a completely computerized system that helps understand the panels that we supply to you, and when you have your next project, we will tell you which panels to be used in which part so that you can recycle and reuse the aluminium formwork. We have a VR, which is a virtual reality system that allows you to see and envision your project well in advance before your construction even starts. You can make your changes, you can advise where you'd like to incorporate these new changes, and we'll do it for you. Right into the shell plan, right before we receive it from you. you. This is what a shell plan looks. We do some innovative work in aluminium formwork, bending it into ways that now suit the requirements of new age developers, new age architects. So here are some of the examples that we are doing with aluminium formwork and how we can bring this technology change to you. So basically, why KNS? KNS is one of the leaders in aluminium formwork. We use only best-in-class aluminium, which is needed for the real estate construction. And we support you all the way, not just only, supplying the materials. So we also do things like vertical checks where we can check the plumb now using AI, using technology, which is now transmitted straight to your mobile phone. So this is the new age technology that KNS is now having called panel sensors. We also do prop detection sensors, which enable to ensure that the props are, well aligned, your alignments are all in place, and this information comes real time onto the mobile phone of your site engineers as well as the developers who are using this. We also have working on, by the end of this year, hopefully we'll have a completely robotic system which will climb all the floors of the building, do a complete check of your floor for the panels, for the security, for the safety, and ensure that you are doing it 100% right. Last but not the least, we have deck form, which is used for platforms and is also used for the podiums. It's also used for construction of commercial places. So these are larger panels and can take the weight for aluminium formwork. Last but not the least is perimeter safety screen. This is one of the key products which we've released last year, and it's growing extremely well. So I think we're about to start the next session. So thank you very much.
Well, it's an immense pleasure. The moment we all have been waiting for is here. It's an immense pleasure to announce we have our dignitary, Shri Pratap Sarnaik Ji, Honorable Minister of Transport, Government of Maharashtra. Please put your hands together for him, everyone. Well, today we are fortunate to have the presence of a person whose unwavering dedication to the development and progress of Maharashtra has been truly inspiring. The Honorable Shri Pratap Sarnaik, Honorable Minister of Transport, Government of Maharashtra, has been a key figure in shaping the policies and infrastructure that continue to drive our state forward. As the Minister of Transport, Shri Pratap Sarnaik has played an instrumental role in transforming Maharashtra's transport system, making it more efficient, accessible, and future-ready. His vision for the state is one of the growth, innovation, and a better tomorrow for every citizen of Maharashtra. Welcome on dais, sir. Now I would request, sir, to please come ahead and speak a few words for his address. Yes, before we have sir here with us, I would request Mr. Nishant Gupta ji to please come ahead and join us on dais. Mr. Nishant Gupta, architect, office contractor. Welcome on stage, sir.
Very good evening to this August gathering. Good evening, Honorable Minister Pratap Sarnaik ji. I'm here to demonstrate Honorable Minister's vision with all the bus terminals of Maharashtra. So, can I have that? All right. So, MSRTC, Maharashtra State Road Transport Corporation, since 1948, when the first bus flagged from Pune to Ahmednagar, it's been connecting families, it's been connecting cities, it's been expanding businesses, and it's been expanding opportunities. So this interstate transport cooperation is not just a cooperation, but it's an emotion that has been binding the whole state. The MSRTC is led by the visionary, the forward-thinking, and the go-getter leader, Honorable Shri Pratap Sir Naik ji, with different departments under him. Now, you would be surprised to see the MSRTC's land bank in Maharashtra. At district level, there are total 90 number of sites, summing up to area of approximately 885 acres. At taluka level, there are almost 424 sites, summing up to area of approximately 1500 acres. And at village level, there are approximately 328 sites, summing up to area of approximately 950 acres. Altogether, put to 3,360 acres. Now, all these lands are in heart of the cities. And these are not just connecting cities. Just imagine what we could do if we use these in a better way for our trade in future. Not just that, the establishment has bus stations, which are approximately 600 in numbers, bus depots 251, divisional offices 63, central workshop 32, training institute 1. It's a ready network of additional opportunities lying ahead of us. Previously, with the BOT project, there are many, as per the old circulars, there had been many developments from Chankan to Thane, to Borivali, to Badalpur, to Panvel, Satara, Sinnar, Nasik, Indapur. With all these developments that were done on the BOT model, there were projects that were done on the government fund as well, including the Balapur, the Varda, the Mool, the Baramati, the Dadar, Panvel, and Alibag bus stands and bus depots. Now, as airports are getting upgraded, as railway stations are getting upgraded, it's time to take the backbone of interstate travel to next level and make our complexes, upgrade our complexes for better, not just better social infrastructure, but for better amenities and for better community living. Examples all over the world, from Kowloon bus terminal at Hong Kong to the Hudson Yard. I mean, first it was done, the phase 1, and now the current phase. The whole world is doing it, so why shouldn't we be doing this? So a simple section wherein that demonstrates the usual business runs on the ground floor, the bus stand runs on the ground floor. The upper level becomes the retail. Then you have parking on top. And then you have a podium which houses offices, hotels, and a hospital as a public service. So just the land actually is in heart of the city. We use it to our full potential, keep servicing the bus terminal the way it was, develop on top other amenities, and make the full use of it. Not that it is not getting done in our country. There are current examples like this project we are doing for SIDCO and other projects that are already happening in other parts like Gujarat, Ahmedabad. So these are few land banks that I would like to highlight. And the reason I'm highlighting this is that as NAREDCO, it's a community of all developers, and all of us get together. We want to collaborate. We want to spread a word. We wanted a collaboration of right people. And this is just to show you the prime land bank in Mumbai. So at Mumbai Central, we've got 4.5 acres. At Kurla, we've got 10 acres. At Vidyadhanagar, we've got 11 acres. And at Chinchbandar, we've got around 0.5 acre. Similarly, I'm just picked up few satellite images of prime lands. In Pune, we've got Savargate, or approximately 9 acres, and so on. 4.5 acres, 4 acres, and 6.5 acres in heart of Pune as well. So with all these lands lies opportunities, not just for the developer community, for the city. Now, with public-private partnership, the FSI would be as per the unified DCPR. The selection of developer, of course, would be the one who pays higher premium. Lease period, as per previous, was 60 years, but the new circular, it could be 60 plus 30 plus 9. So almost up to, okay, it's in the making. So we are hopeful of having the new circular, which would, take it to the higher lease years. And then the two parts, MSRTC part would be, maintenance would be taken care by MSRTC. The developer's part, of course, the developer would be taking care of the maintenance. Advertisement rights would be with the developer. The parking rights would be with the developer. And all the network that I showed you initially, so just think of this whole, it is a heart, and the veins are all over the state already. And then developers will lease out the commercial part and construct the facility for MSRTC. And in districts, there's a special note that the developer would have to provide a 100-bedded hospital in this facility. So, like a section clean, you can have the bus depot at the lower level, parking is at the intermediate levels, and then probably a hospital housed in the corner or in the front side, depending on the site circulation, and the commercial and the hotels by its side. So the bus depots work at ground level and other facilities work on upper level. And of course, the state of art, we are expecting the OTs, then the OPDs, the IPDs, then the ICUs with all facilities in the hospital. This is one proposal done at Nancy Colony, Borivali, where a similar proposal was done. You had the developers part at the rear side, and on one side you had the hospital. Both were abutting the main road. And then we are saying that we are all partners in this, and we are all partners of this development mission. We look forward from hearing with you and partnering with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Nishanji. Now, as we move ahead, it's an honor to welcome our keynote speaker, Shri Pratap Sarnaikji, Honorable Minister of Transport, Government of Maharashtra, a leader committed to progress and urban development. Over to you, sir.
नेरेडको के इस कार्यक्रम में उपस्थित श्री हरिबाबू जी, जो राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष है, हमारे मित्र तथा हमेशा फ्रेश रहने वाले चेयरमैन नेरेडको के निरंजन हीरानंदानी जी, मेरे दूसरे मित्र तथा वाइस चेयरमैन राजन बांदेलकर जी, श्री जय मुरझारिया जी, उपस्थित सभी डेवलपर, सभी आर्किटेक्ट, सबसे पहले मैं निरंजन जी और राजन बांदेलकर का दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूं कि यहाँ पे आपने मुझे आमंत्रित किया और हमारा जो MSRTC का प्रेजेंटेशन है वो देख भी लिया। मैं तो अभी यही कहना चाहता हूं कि शायद कभी कभी ऐसे लगता था कि पूरे बॉम्बे में या महाराष्ट्र में सबसे ज़्यादा लैंड बैंक उस वक्त हम जब भी डेवलपर एज अ डेवलपर करके स्टार्ट किया करियर का, तभी निरंजन भाई के पास बहुत लैंड बैंक होती थी। और तो निरंजन भाई आते आते मुझे बोला कि प्रताप अभी मैं रिटायर होना चाहता हूँ, मगर मुझे नहीं लगता निरंजन भाई 100 इयर्स तक रिटायर्ड होंगे। इसका रीज़न ये है, आपको पुरानी स्टोरी बताता हूँ कि 97 में मैं और हमारे जो एकनाथ शिंदे जी है वो हम लोग कॉरपोरेटर बने थे पहली बार 97 में, और टी चंद्रशेखर ठाणे के म्यूनिसिपल कमिश्नर आए थे, और निरंजन भाई ने हीरानंदानी स्टेट जस्ट स्टार्ट की थी घोड़बंदर रोड पे, क्योंकि वो घोड़बंदर रोड पे कोई जाता ही नहीं था। हमें लोग बोलते थे, इवन राजन बांदेलकर, मैंने एक होटल का प्लॉट लिया था घोड़बंदर रोड पे कापुरवाड़ी जंक्शन में, तभी मुझे ऐसे ही बोला था कि तू पागल है, कहाँ पे इन्वेस्ट करना है तेरे को पता नहीं है, तो ये घोड़बंदर पे जाके इतना इन्वेस्ट कर रहा है। वो टाइम पे 60 राजन बांदेलकर मेरे पार्टनर हुआ करते थे और मुझे बोले कि इतना इन्वेस्टमेंट तू कर रहा है, क्योंकि 80-90 लाख इन्वेस्टमेंट था उस वक्त। तो मैंने बोला नहीं, ये प्लॉट तो अच्छा है, पसंद आया और मुझे होटल खोलना है, तो मैंने वो प्रॉपर्टी ले लिया। राजन थोड़ा पैसा कम गिर रहा था, राजन ने 20-25 लाख रुपए मुझे दे दिया तभी। तो प्रॉपर्टी तो ले लिया, मगर वो ऐसा जंक्शन हो गया, होटल बिहंग इन करके है, कि अभी एंट्री करते घोड़बंदर रोड पे तो मेरे होटल को सलाम करके आगे जाना पड़ता है। इतना अच्छा डेवलपमेंट हो गया, और सभी जो घोड़बंदर रोड की डेवलपमेंट हो गई है वो उसके पीछे एक ही कारण है, उनका नाम है निरंजन हीरानंदानी। क्योंकि उस वक्त खाली रोड्स और थाना के बाकी का एरिया तो डेवलप हो गए, मगर मुझे अभी तक याद है कि कुछ नितिन गडकरी जी भी उस वक्त मेरे ख्याल से MSRDC के मिनिस्टर थे, और PWD डिपार्टमेंट भी हमारे जोर में था। घोड़बंदर रोड पे जो फ्लाईओवर करने थे, तो निरंजन भाई ने प्रेजेंटेशन दिया था कि नहीं इधर फ्लाईओवर की ज़रूरत है, और आज वो फ्लाईओवर की वजह से घोड़बंदर रोड थोड़ा सा चल रहा है, तो घोड़बंदर रोड आज जाम होता था। तो ये सब विजन रखने वाले लोगों के साथ बैठ बैठ के या उनके साथ चर्चा कर कर के मुझे भी थोड़ा दिमाग ज़्यादा चलने चला, और आज MSRTC का मिनिस्टर बना, और आप लोगों सबसे ज़्यादा मैं रिचेस्ट आदमी हूँ, क्योंकि 3,360 एकड़ के लैंड बैंक मेरे पास है। आपसे भी ज़्यादा रीच हूँ निरंजन भाई, और मैं यही करना चाहता हूँ कि अगर मेरे पास इतनी लैंड बैंक है तो वो डेवलप तो होनी चाहिए। क्योंकि आप देख रहे हैं कि जो अभी आपको प्रेजेंटेशन आया उसमें कितनी अच्छी अच्छी और प्राइम लोकेशन पे सिटी एरियाज़ में हमारी लैंड है, मगर वो वैसी ही पड़ी है। क्योंकि 1948 में ये ST चालू हो गए, मगर बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोग्रेस है ST ने किया। हाँ, हालांकि दूसरे स्टेट्स से, यानी मैं कर्नाटक और गुजरात की अगर बात करता हूँ तो उससे कम हम लोगों को सेवा देते हैं, मगर आज हमारे पास जो लैंड बैंक है वो किसी के पास नहीं, इतनी प्राइम लोकेशन पे हमारी लैंड बैंक है। इसका रीज़न ऐसा है कि पहले के लोगों ने ये सोचा था कि जहाँ पे रेलवे स्टेशन उसके अपोजिट या उसके साइड में ST का डिपो होना चाहिए, और हर जगह पे 8 एकड़ 10 एकड़ 12 एकड़ 15 एकड़ ऐसी लोकेशन है। तो हमने ये सोचा कि अभी PPP पे करना चाहिए, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट के पास तो पैसा अभी बिल्कुल नहीं है ताकि इतनी सब लैंड बैंक डेवलप कर सके। तो पहले प्रपोज़र था जो हमारे संजय सेठी है प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी, उन्होंने प्रपोज़र रखा था, तो 60 इयर्स का लीज़, और वो लीज़ पे अगर डेवलपमेंट करते तो अच्छा रिस्पांस मिलेगा ऐसा कहा था। मगर एज अ MSRTC मिनिस्टर आने के बाद मैंने बोला कि 30 इयर्स और 60 इयर्स का जो लीज़ है ना, लोग सोचते हैं अरे 60 साल तो कैसे भी चले जाएंगे, फिर इतना जो हम लोग इन्वेस्ट करते हैं वो इन्वेस्टमेंट अगर 60 साल के बाद में अगर डेड हो जाएगा तो वापस लीज़ कंटिन्यू करने के लिए अगर हमें परमिशन लेनी पड़ी तो वो परवड़ेगा नहीं। तो अगर 90 इयर्स या 99 इयर्स अगर ये ऐसे लीज़ हम करते तो सोचते चलो 3rd जनरेशन तक जाएगा, तभी का तभी देखा जाएगा वगैरह, ऐसा सोचने वाले लोग हैं। और हमारे से कमर्शियल या फ्लैट्स ले लेते। तो मैं वही असीम गुप्ता जी से मेरी बात हो गई है, तो 60 इयर्स का हम 90 इयर्स या 60 + 30 + 9 ऐसा कुछ सोच रहा हूँ, और वो हो जाएगा क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट बहुत ही पॉजिटिव है। और आप जानते हो कि देवेंद्र जी और हमारे एकनाथ शिंदे जी और अजीत दादा पवार, ये गवर्नमेंट बहुत ही पॉजिटिव डिसीजन ले रही है हमारे महाराष्ट्र के लिए और महाराष्ट्र को आगे लेके जाने के लिए। तो नेरेडको के माध्यम से हम आपको यही कहना चाहते हैं कि आप ये लैंड बैंक जो हमारी है उसमें आप लोग भी इंटरेस्ट ले लीजिए। और हम ये सोच रहे कि एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल का प्लॉट रहेगा, एक तालुका लेवल का रहेगा और एक रूरल का रहेगा। यानी डिस्ट्रिक्ट लेवल पे हमें 100 रुपये मिलेगा, तालुका लेवल पे हमें 50 रुपये मिलेगा, और रूरल एरिया में हमको भले 10 रुपये मिलेगा, मगर अगर टोटल कैलकुलेशन करते हैं तो 160 रुपये मिलेगा। तो ये अगर कैलकुलेशन करके हम अगर वो पैकेज ले लेते हैं तो शायद एक 150-160 हम लोग पूरे टोटल ये निकालेंगे टेंडर। और हफीज़ कॉन्ट्रैक्टर जैसे आदमी को हमने पूरा प्रेजेंटेशन बनाने के लिए दिया, उनको एज अ आर्किटेक्ट हमने अपॉइंट किया। ऐसा बोला तो कुछ गलत नहीं होगा। और हमने कहा कि 3 मॉडल आप बनाओ, एक डिस्ट्रिक्ट एरिया का मॉडल, एक तालुका लेवल का मॉडल और एक रूरल का मॉडल, ताकि लंबे से भी हम जान सके कि बाबा ये हमारे ST महामंडल का यानी हमारे MSRTC का ऑफिस है। और बहुत सारी फैसिलिटी हम वहाँ पे डेवलपर को दे देंगे, ताकि पूरा कमर्शियल अगर उनको सेल करना है तो पूरा कमर्शियल सेल करेंगे, कहाँ पे रेसिडेंशियल उनको बनाना है तो रेसिडेंशियल उनको अलाउ करेंगे। तो ये सब चीज़ें हम देना चाहते हैं, मगर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा अगर डेवलपर इन्वॉल्व होते हैं तो निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही डेवलपर का फ़ायदा अच्छा हो जाएगा, हमारा भी फ़ायदा हो जाएगा। और आपको पता है कि यूडीसीपीआर के रूल के अनुसार अभी तो बहुत सारा एफएस है, कुछ जगह पे तो हमारे ठाणे जैसे जगह पे तो हम सोचते बाबा ऊपर का 15-20 माला हमको चाहिए नहीं, क्योंकि 60 माले तक 65 माले तक बिल्डिंग जाते हैं और कंस्ट्रक्शन कॉस्ट उधर आता है एक 7-8 हज़ार रुपये का और माल बेचते हम 10-12 हज़ार रुपये में। इसी परिस्थिति में क्योंकि सब मलाई अच्छा तो निरंजन हीरानंदनी स्टेट में पूरा बना के ये ठाना छोड़ भी दिया इन्होंने। तो हम यही चाहते हैं कि अच्छा हमारे बिल्डिंग्स बने, अच्छी प्रॉपर्टीज बने, ताकि हम भी बोल सके कि महाराष्ट्र हमारा पूरे देश में एक नंबर का स्टेट है और उसमें नेरेडको जैसे एक संस्था का बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान है, क्योंकि उन्होंने हमें गवर्नमेंट को सपोर्ट लिया और बिजनेस है, बिजनेस की पॉलिसी है, आप भी कुछ कमाओ और हमको भी कुछ बना के दे दो, क्योंकि आपको तो लैंड बैंक आपको फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट मिल रही है, उसमें तो आपको कोई इन्वेस्टमेंट करनी नहीं है आपको खाली। और हम दूसरा भी सोच रहे कि हम MSRTC को ही प्लानिंग अथॉरिटी बनाने का सोच रहे, ताकि आप 10 जगह पे आपको प्लान सैंक्शन के लिए वगैरह जाने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ेगी, ताकि MSRTC के माध्यम से ही हम आपको प्लान भी सैंक्शन करके देंगे। सिर्फ बात एक इतनी है कि उतनी टेक्निकल टीम हमारे पास नहीं है, मगर हफीज़ जैसा एक अगर आर्किटेक्ट होगा तो हम वो टीम भी बना देंगे, तो आपको प्लानिंग अथॉरिटी में भी सपोर्ट मिलेगा। मैं आपसे यही विनती करता हूँ, क्योंकि क्या अभी मैंने देखा कि लैंड बैंक दिखाई है मुंबई और पुणे की, रूरल की भी दिखाते जाओ भाई। हाँ, तो क्या है सब हमारे ये बिल्डर जो है ना, हमारी कम्युनिटी ये शहर एरिया में, सिटी एरिया में ज़्यादा ध्यान देने वाले लोग हैं, तो थोड़ा वो भी दिखाना चाहिए, क्योंकि हमारा रूरल एरिया भी बहुत अच्छा है। दूसरा इसमें एक चीज़ है कि जो लोनावाला, खंडाला, महाबलेश्वर या अलग अलग जगह पे हमारी जो लैंड बैंक है उसमें UDCPR नहीं चलेगा, क्योंकि वहाँ के रूल नो डेवलपमेंट जोन या कुछ फॉरेस्ट की वजह से थोड़ा सा वहाँ पे तकलीफ है, मगर 90% लैंड जो है UDCPR में आ जाएगी, ताकि आपको FSI की कोई कमी नहीं होगी। तो ये हम आप सभी को एज MSRTC के मिनिस्टर के तौर पे मैं आपको विनती करता हूँ कि आप आइए, हमारे साथ मिल के हम अगर डेवलपमेंट करेंगे तो ये स्टेट भी आगे बढ़ेगा और आप भी आगे बढ़ेंगे। फिर एक बार मैं राजन बांदेलकर और निरंजन भाई को दिल से धन्यवाद देता हूँ, क्योंकि हमारी पूरी करियर जो है उन्होंने सामने से देखी है, और निरंजन भाई का थोड़ा थोड़ा सुन के, राजन भाई का थोड़ा थोड़ा सुन के हम यहाँ पे आए, और आप भी उनका थोड़े सुनो तो आगे बढ़ जाओगे। तो आप सभी लोगों को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, मुझे यहाँ आमंत्रित किया और हमारा प्रेजेंटेशन जो आपने देख लिया उसके लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable insights. Now I would request Mr. Hari Babu, sir, to please felicitate sir with flower bouquet. Now I would request Mr. Niranjan Hiranandani ji to please felicitate Minister sir with Saropa. इसके बाद मैं विनती करना चाहती हूँ मिस्टर राजन बांदेलकर सर to please give away the coffee table book to sir. Now I would also request Mr. Jay Morzaria sir to please give away the memento to sir. Can we have a huge round of applause for them, everyone? Yes, I would request all the dignitaries to please stay back on dais. Ladies and gentlemen, as we are moving ahead to the next segment, we now come to a special highlight of today's event, the unveiling of the official logo for the much anticipated Goa annual meet. It is our privilege to have Honorable Minister of Transport, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Pratap Sarnaikji, with us for this significant moment. We request Shri Sarnaik sir to kindly come forward to unveil the Goa annual meet logo. One of the highly anticipated moment. Ladies and gentlemen, special highlight of today's event, the unveiling of the official logo for the much anticipated Goa annual meet. Thank you so much to all the dignitaries. Now I would request management team to please play the AV. Can we have a huge round of applause, everyone? All right. Now, as we move on to the launch of NAREDCO Nextgen Digital Learning Hub, an online learning platform designed for young real estate professionals, offering insights into emerging trends, cutting-edge technology, and evolving policy frameworks. The platform will feature certification program and collaboration with leading institutions, ensuring industry-relevant knowledge and skills. Knowledge partner, Bhatia ji. I would request Mr. Hasid Bhatia ji to please come ahead and join us on dais. Can we have a huge round of applause for him, everyone? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the highly anticipated moments. Please put your hands together for the grand launch of NAREDCO Nextgen Digital Learning Hub. Thank you so much, sir. Now, as we move on to the next segment, I would request Mr. Rajan Bandelkar, sir, to please come ahead for the address.
About the Goa meet, we request you, sir, to kindly share the highlights about the upcoming NAREDCO Maharashtra's Goa meet on behalf of NAREDCO Maharashtra.
सिंपल एक सेंटेंस में जिन्होंने रजिस्टर नहीं किया है, इंक्लूडिंग अनिश शाह, सब लोग रजिस्टर करो, उसके बाद ही ये दरवाजा खोल के बाहर भेजना होगा, वरना सबको इधर रख देना. And I think in the EV, everyone has given. See, because I got an opportunity, I would like to tell few words about Pratap Sarnaik, because I think I know him for more than 3 decades. Vyang as well as Raunak and Bittu, all children, they grow together. And I think we became older together. But the simple funda was that in 1997, when Pratap sir told he was buying a property in Ghodpant Road, I said no. But at the same time, I said no to going to the politics also. But today he has become the cabinet minister. A round of applause to him. तो किस्मत में जो लिखा है वो होना ही होता है. वो बोलते हैं ना, वक्त से पहले और किस्मत से ज़्यादा कभी किसी को कुछ नहीं मिलता है. थैंक यू.
Thank you so much, Rajan sir. As we move on to the next segment, without any further ado, acknowledging the influencers and contributors, for which I would request Mr. Jay Mozaria and Mr. Niranjan Hiranandanji to please come ahead. I will be calling the influencers and the contributors who have been a great support to us. And to felicitate them, we have dignitaries on dais. For the very first time, it's an immense pleasure to announce Ms. Pranali Kadam. Yes, sir. Immense pleasure, Sir Naik sir. तुम्हाला पण विनंती आहे, तुम्ही पुढे यायचं आहे. Yes, sir. वेल, सांगायला खूप आनंद होत आहे. आपल्याबरोबर आपले सरनाईक सर आहेत आणि त्याचबरोबर सर्व डिग्निटरी स्टेजवर आहेत. सर्वात प्रथम मी बोलू इच्छिते मिस प्रणाली कदम फ्रॉम फ्लाइंग टर्टल टू प्लीज कम अहेड अँड जॉइन अस. Do we have Ms. Pranali Kadam here with us? All right. Without any further, let's move on to the next one. I think she's not here. We'll move on to the next influencer, who is Miss Aditi Singh from Pitara Media. I would request the next person, Mr. Rafiq Merchant, the real estate influencer, to please come ahead and join us on dais. Also, I would request Mr. Sagar Viswadia from Dream Properties to please come ahead and join us on dais. Also, along with him, I would request Mr. Bhavesh Kavre from IKEY to please come ahead and join us on dais. Also, I would request Mr. Vicky Roshlani and Mr. Sachin Banzarani, Mimis of Real Estate. I would request them to please come ahead and join us on dais. Guys, can we have a huge round of applause for all the influencers and the contributors who have been a great support to us? Thank you so much. मैं dignitaries को request करना चाहती हूँ to please take their seats. Okay.
Can we have Mr. Mahajan from MRDC on stage, please? Mr. Mahajan? Mr. Mahajan, you're here? Please join us. We have a special announcement and expression of gratitude to our sponsors meanwhile. A special thanks to our sponsors KNest, NAREDCO and Fujitech. Can we have a round of applause for Mr. Mahajan? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, the event wouldn't be possible without the generous support of our esteemed sponsors. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to them for their unwavering commitment to the industry. A special thanks to the presenting partner, KNest. Representing KNest, we have Mr. Rahul Bhardwaj, President Sales, and Mr. Ralph Carvin, President Corporate Communication. Can we have you on stage, sir? Please give them a round of applause for being with NAREDCO for more than 5 years. We would request our Honorable Minister, sir, to do the honors and present the memento to the KNest Aluminium Formwork sponsors with NAREDCO. Can we have a huge round of applause, please? Thank you so much. Next, we also extend our appreciation to our gold partner, Fujitech, joining us today. Mr. Praveen Yabazi, Branch Manager, Navi Mumbai, and Mr. Mehul Kotak, Manager Sales, Fujitech. Can we have Fujitech team here, please? Is there anyone here from Fujitech? All right, thank you. And a big thanks to our executive surface partner, NITCO. Yeah, please join us. Thank you. I request the NITCO team to please come near the stage. Mr. Lavin, if you can check NITCO team. Thank you. A big thanks to the surface partner NITCO Tiles. They are also signing up the MOU with NAREDCO as a surface partner. We are honored to have Mr. Vivek Talwar. He was also there with us on the panel. Can we have the NITCO team? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear audience, can we have a round of applause for all the sponsors? Without the sponsors, the program of this scale is not possible. Heartfelt gratitude. I request, thank you so much. As we come to the end of this enriching event, I had like to invite Mr. Rhythm Gada, President of NAREDCO Maharashtra Nextgen, to deliver the closing remark and vote of thanks, please. Can we have Mr. Gada for your thoughtful words and gratitude? Thank you.
Please.
Thank you so much, Pranali. Can we have a round of applause for the influencer Pranali Kadam for giving us special appearance on the social media? Over to you, Mr. Kadam.
Thank you, Pratap sir, Niranjan sir, Rajan sir, Haribabu sir, and Jai. It was a wonderful event. Thank you all the leaders and fellow developers for being here and making this event a successful one. I'm sure there was a lot of insights that were shared in the event, and every person would have a different takeaway according to their own needs. I'm sure I wouldn't be taking long. The evening is young. Please join us for cocktails and dinner. Thank you.
I request the NAREDCO Secretariat to come on stage, please. All NAREDCO Maharashtra Secretariat and NAREDCO Secretariat. And the Nextgen, please come on stage for a group picture. NAREDCO Maharashtra Nextgen and the National Nextgen, the new core team members. Heartiest congratulations to the all new members of NAREDCO Nextgen team, the vice presidents, the joint treasurer, everyone. We request you to kindly come on stage for a group picture. Meanwhile, I request the Maharashtra Secretariat to be ready near the stage. So they are the upcoming leaders of the real estate. Like our Honorable Chairman, Dr. Niranjan Hiranandani mentioned, the next generation is going to be taking the lead of running the real estate sector in coming time soon, and lot to learn from youth. But very rightly mentioned by our moderator, Mr. Anuj Puri, that the chairman, sir, is the youngest when it comes to the passion towards life. Now I request the Secretariat officials to please come on stage. The Maharashtra Secretariat, Viresh, Sheetal, Khadija. Everybody please come on stage. Lavin, Vishal Singh for a group picture. We request NAREDCO Mahi team also to be ready for a group picture. Anuj Puri sir, please join us. The NAREDCO Mahi team. So next gen team, please come near the stage. We want to have a group picture with the next gen team also. The next gen team, please come near to the stage for a group picture. It's done? Thank you so much to Thank you so much to the Honorable Minister and the distinguished dignitaries. Thank you so much. Aabhar.